England taking on Mexico at the Azteca. Now, Brad Friedel, alongside me, of course, former USA goalkeeper. You've played there 8 times. You know exactly what it's like. Exactly. Now, I've had so many people tell me how difficult it is. Can you just put into words, if possible, can you maybe compare it to something we are used to about the huge differences between the flight of the ball, how difficult it is to breathe, etc. I'm hearing all these stories about all of the above and more, but you've played there. How different is it from a normal game of football?
Nothing that you're used to. There's 3 places, La Paz, Quito, Mexico City, that are the hardest to play at. What ends up happening is, so like from the time England landed, and it took them over an hour to get off their plane, to all the fireworks going off outside their hotel, to people probably trying to set fire alarms at their hotel so the players can't sleep, to all sort of disruptions. This is what the Mexican fan base will do to try to throw England off. So you have all those elements. On top of it, the altitude is no joke. So you have it. Everyone says, I don't want to hear, or a lot of people will say, don't want to hear about the heat. Everyone has it. I don't want to hear about the altitude. This is something that you have to take notice of. So you either go in for like 28 days and really get acclimatized to it, but that's impossible. So the next best thing is you fly in for as little time as possible. And the best way to describe it, you just have to grind through it. Like it's difficult, but it's not impossible. And what Mexico does to every opponent, doesn't matter if they're playing Brazil back in the 90s, or if they're playing today against England, or if they're playing Honduras at home, the first 15 to 20 minutes they fly at you and they press you and they try to get a goal or two to the good, and then psychologically it makes it look like a mountain to climb, so it's really difficult from there. What England need to do is, I don't care if they high press, low press, keep the ball, they just have to not be down 1-0 at about the 20th minute mark. Then the Mexican fans are going to turn on them, because this is what they do. So their first hydration break might be whistles towards their own team if England have possession of the ball and if they're starting to become the better team. And the psychological game will start to shift in England's favor, and then the altitude doesn't seem so bad. But it is a difficult place to breathe. Like if you go down a goal, it's just hard. You don't get your second wind, and as a player you're thinking, when am I going to get it? And it just doesn't. And then,
can I ask a really silly question? So you're a goalkeeper.
Yes.
So you're not really doing much. Hopefully. No, but do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? You're quite lazy. No, but you understand what I'm saying. If you're a striker or midfielder, let's take a centre midfielder.
Yeah.
You're running up and down, box to box. If you're a goalkeeper and your team's doing well, you're not doing anywhere near as much running as the 10 in front of you, right?
No, and this is how I know that it's hard, is because even in warm-up, the goalkeepers, we're not dead, but we're out of breath. Like, you can feel it. Like,
wow.
It just like takes over. And if you're not psychologically strong to deal with it, you'll just think, oh, it's too hard. And then your performance go down. When you watch Mexico play and they're playing against other teams, they look fast in Mexico City. If you took them out of Mexico City, they look average on the pace. And you just have to get through that initial barrier.
Is that what Thomas Tuchel's got almost kind of drilled into his players? Of course, you have to show them respect. You're playing in Mexico against a very good Mexican side, but let's be honest, player for player, England are so much better.
If you go right through the spine of the team, would you rather have Pickford or Rangel? You'd rather have Pickford. Would you rather have Montes and Velasquez, or would you rather have any of England's center backs? You'd rather have England's center backs. Would you rather have it doesn't matter, Lira and Mora, with Gutierrez or whoever they're going to play in the middle of midfield? Or would you rather have Rice, and would you rather have Anderson? Would you rather have Raul Jimenez or Harry Kane?
Yeah.
There's one player, Quinones, who's very, very good.
Left winger?
Left winger, who's very good on the counter-attack. He would be their only player that you could put in and compare him to a Rashford or a Saka or a Gordon or whoever's playing wide.
Is that a worry for us? Because the weakness of England is right back at the moment, right?
Well, what the worry is that you come out of the traps thinking it's going to be easy and you're going to possess the ball really easy and not going to be pressed. You're going to lose possession and they're going to counter in a transition. That's the worry. If you can negate that, then there really aren't too many more worries. You're going to have an advantage on set pieces. You have to get used to the flight of the ball. The flight of the ball is different. You have free kicks, getting it up and over the wall is really difficult. On corner kicks, you're going to overhit most of them at first because you have to get used to that. Once you get used to that, there's not a lot to fear from the Mexican team. Mexican supporters here are not liking me right now because I've called them out as being average, and they really are. They use this altitude element to elevate their game.
Sorry, Andy. So if this game was played not in Mexico, but it was still in the States somewhere or in Canada or wherever it may be, would the emphasis be more on, well, England should win this?
It would be more like the Paraguay. They would play like Paraguay did yesterday. with a little bit more technical ability, because they do have technical ability to keep the ball, but it would be very similar. They would try to do the antics that Paraguay did yesterday against France. That's what you would
They've
see.
never lost a World Cup game there, right? Do you think it's unfair they're allowed to play there?
Yes. It's the biggest advantage that you can have. It was like when back in 1993, I played in Copa America in Ecuador, and we ended up playing Ecuador in Quito. It was a huge advantage for them.
If you were England manager, would you set up differently? And by that, I don't mean necessarily formation, but would you? This is going to sound nuts, but would you, for argument's sake, leave the big hitters like Bellingham and Kane on the bench, knowing that if we can just stay behind the ball, maybe 8 behind the ball, and hold on to a 0-0 with 30 minutes to go, then we bring them off the bench? Would you do that?
No, what I would do is play my best. What I understand the thinking behind that.
It was good, wasn't it?
Well,
No.
Okay, fine.
it's different. It's different. But I would put my best out. What I would tell them is it's altitude and it's hard, but you're not going to fall over from it. You just have to grind through it. When you think when you're tired and you want to stop, you just have to keep going, and you will get through it. The hydration breaks are going to be, which I'm not really for in this tournament, especially when we had some games where it was raining and cold. Yeah,
it was a bit nuts.
But this one, the hydration breaks are going to be a welcome break for England, because they're going to play 22 and a half minutes, and then they're going to go get 3 minutes break, and that's going to be a bigger advantage for England that other teams in other competitions or friendlies never had before. So that's going to be a good thing. And then halftime, you're going to have another respite. So I think what Tuchel needs to do is just tell them it's going to be hard. Don't worry about it. Don't like it. You just have to grind this out. And that's the word is like that is exactly what it is. It's just a mental breakthrough that you have to make to get through the altitude.
Well, England might end up playing Mexico, Brazil, and then Argentina. And leading up to the final, if England get there, would this game here, the Mexican game, be the hardest out of the three?
Well, I think playing in Miami at a 5 o'clock kickoff is equally as difficult, just for different reasons. Because you're probably looking at 40+ degrees on the pitch, and you're probably looking at the potential of a thunderstorm and lightning and delays, and you're going into the air conditioning and out of the air conditioning. I think but that's really hot. Which of the two is more difficult? I would say it's to do with the opposition. So I'd probably have to say playing Brazil in 40-degree heat is going to be more difficult than playing Mexico at the altitude.
Some people, I think Cunley was the first person to come up with the idea that maybe when you have that break after 20-25 minutes, we should have oxygen masks. Which I thought was a good idea, but then I'm led to believe that intake would only benefit us for like 3 or 4 minutes.
A short while, like we had some players. I remember Kobe Jones. He used to have, he had asthma, and I remember we were at halftime once in Azteca a long time ago, and he was like coughing up like black stuff, because you also have the smog element to deal with in Mexico City. So if it is raining, that's going to be another huge advantage to England, because that'll take some of the smog away.
There is suggestion. What time is it back home? There is you can take like a blue pill. Are you aware of this scenario? Have you heard of it?
He's talking about blue pills.
No, honestly.
You know I'm talking about Ligma, right?
Well,
I'm being serious, by the way.
I know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. All right. Have you ever... I've got to use my words so carefully, but I'll say, have you ever come across that before?
I'm just going to say no.
Have you ever heard of that? Do you think, like, even if you get a 1% advantage, I'm talking about football, by the way, if you get a 1% advantage, surely that's worth taking that risk for, or is that insane?
Is this a real question?
Honestly.
Yeah, this is what people are talking about. Honestly, they are, because it like thins the blood. I think it helps.
I've heard beetroot juice as well.
I'd rather take that.
They've heard of the blue pill.
You've got a different road.
Okay. My point is,
have you ever heard about drinking beetroot juice?
we're still on air, right? We're still on air. Do you think that we are over-egging the problems that we're going to face? When we talk about, oxygen after 25 minutes, maybe take Viagra. I mean, is it all this, or from what your eyes light up when I say that, or are you thinking this is a real problem England have got? It really is.
No, it's not a problem. It's just an element that you have to overcome. It's not impossible to do it. We've gotten results in Mexico City. It's just, this is the one thing that makes Mexico better than they actually are.
Yeah.
This is it. It's in the altitude, in the heat, if it is hot, but hopefully it's not too hot, and the smog. It just makes it a really difficult climate to play matches in. But not impossible.
What do you think will happen? We'll speak about this throughout the next 2 hours, but what do you think will happen tonight, Brad?
I would like to think that quality will prevail, and I think it's going to be a really difficult game for England, but I think in the end they will win 1-0, a 2-1, a 2-0 type result.
Have you seen anything from England that suggests we could win the World Cup?
Over France, it would be difficult. I picked England to win the World Cup before the event. They need to sort out some issues they have defensively before I can think that they're definitely going to be able to stop the French attacking force.
What about Brazil?
They're beatable.
Okay, Argentina.
Beatable.
Spain,
Beatable.
France.
Tough. That would be
Maybe
in
more
a one-off against France, and you have everything go your way. You know, Spain will have the quality to beat France or combat them. England's one of the teams that can. Of course, Argentina could, Brazil could on the day, but you have to have a lot of things go your way because I've not seen too many teams, even in the history of football, that are as good as this French team going forward.
Do you know, a lot of people made this team who I'm about to mention one of the favourites, but they haven't quite got going yet. And there's been a lot of talk around one player in their team, and that's Portugal.
Yeah.
Now, their midfield, on paper, you go, oh my goodness.
Vitinha is my favourite midfielder.
Exactly. João Neves,
Yeah.
Bruno Fernandes. But a lot of talks obviously around Ronaldo. Do you see them as one of the favourites? Because I personally don't.
No, not with how they've played, but they do have a lot of match winners in their team. They're going to have to figure, like Argentina, when you watch them, and Messi's a little bit older right now, all the Argentinian players know exactly what they need to do to play with Messi on the field.
In and out of possession.
Correct. Whereas with Portugal, it seems like they don't. They're expecting Ronaldo to be Ronaldo of 10 years ago, and they haven't come to grips with how to use him as effectively as, say, in Argentina has come to terms with how to make Messi the magician that he is.
Before the break, we asked for your calls. Thankfully, the phone lines are lighting up and we're going to head to them straight now. We want to get your thoughts on England tonight. First up, Jill. Morning, Jill. How you doing and how you feeling about tonight?
Hi, Jill.
Tony, how are you doing?
Yeah, we're doing well. We're getting revved up. We've had Arina Redknapp. We've had Neil Warnock. We're getting ready for a big night. How are you feeling ahead of it? And what do you want to see Thomas Tuchel do in terms of his starting lineup?
Well, to be honest, I think we just need the positivity. Okay, the altitude and the atmosphere, they are what they are. And the opportunities we've got, the players have got the opportunity to play in an iconic stadium. You know, we've got the players. I mean, we've got Kane, we've got Bellingham, we've got Rice. We've taken 26 players with us. We've got them. They play in the Premier League. You know, I think we've just got to be a bit more positive, to be honest.
Yeah, and I would say, Jill, I think the players do. I think they do have that mindset because I think Thomas Tuchel's instilling that mindset in them. But the thing is, it's for the nation to feel that. And I would agree with you. It's a great opportunity to play at a historic stadium. And on paper, we should beat them, no?
Well, yeah. And I mean, you know, okay, Gordon, Rashford, you know, for me, probably play Gordon, bring Rashford on off the bench with the legs, you know, later on. Right back with James. Is he fit?
He's not fit, Jill. He's not fit. He didn't train. So who were you putting at right back if James isn't there?
He didn't train?
No.
Oh, okay.
I burst your bubble here, Jill.
Oh, come on, Max. I think I agree with Neil Warnock with Madueke, you know. I think he'll probably play him. And I think with Saka, again, on the bench, come off the bench, he's not fit. I'm not sure we should have taken him. With the back four, he'll decide the back four, and we just got to go with it, you know. Pickford's a slight worry, but, you know, it's a big stadium, the atmosphere. Pickford might want to show them who he is, you know.
Yeah. No.
And with the bit about the fans, I just wanted to say the bit about the fans and hotels, right, and outside the hotels. I used to work in hotels and look after teams, okay? They have a plan for that, where they put them in the rooms, and they also have blackout curtains. They have, you know, so let's not pick on things we can worry about.
Yeah, I agree, Jill.
You know, let's focus on the things that we've got that are positive. And all I say is I've got my bucket hat ready, I've got my horn ready, I've got my T-shirts ready. Vamos.
Absolutely, Jill. Love the call, love the positivity. Lee is a Spurs fan. Lee, how are you feeling about it tonight, bud?
Hi, Lee.
Hello there, how you doing, lads?
Yeah, we're good. Come on, Lee, tell us what your thoughts are going into tonight's game.
Right. This is my thoughts, right? The last game, I nearly had a mild heart attack. So this game, right, start, no backward, sideways passes, go out there, and let's try and get a 2-goal cushion this time, right? Get out there, play 4-4-2, totally flip the script, surprise everyone. Everyone, like, oh my God, 4-4-2, that was back in the 80s we used to do that. Get out there, 4-4-2, Watkins and Kane up front, right? Say to Jude, play where you like. Play like you're out with your mates. Go out there and have fun and do the business, yeah? And the 2 centre-backs, I would change one of them because they're both good players, but they're not leaders. They're not talkers. Every time I've seen them on screen, they're not talkers. I've never seen them shout at anyone. I've never seen them take control of the back four, telling people where to be. They're not leaders. Them players need a leader next to them so they can be told what to do. I'd get Stones back in now. I wish Maguire went, but he's not there.
Yeah, I agree, mate.
I'll get Stones back in there to be the leader and shout. You need a talker in the central defence. It's like a vice captain, John Terry style, a big voice, a big guy, being the leader, grabbing them by the shirt and saying, "What are you doing? Don't do that again. Get in there." Them 2 lads are too quiet. They're not talkers.
Lee, if you were doing the team talk before the game, 70-odd thousand Mexicans, just before the game, what are you saying to the boys?
I am getting in the middle exactly 2 minutes before they get to go out, and I'll be shouting at them. I'll be saying, "You are England. We are England. We are everyone's supporting you, boys. They want you to win. Go out there and be somebody. Nobody's in an England shirt at the minute. You've won nothing. 1966 was too long ago, and it was on home soil. Get out there and be the people that you want to be. Get out there and do the business." I'll be grabbing them by the shirt and saying, "Be somebody. Go out there and do the business. Go out there, boys, and do it for England."
Well done, Lee.
Love that.
I was going to say,
Come on then, the boys.
we got to have some calls in who you got to have their team talks.
Can you top that team talk from Lee? Absolutely brilliant stuff. 03717223344. Give us a call. Can you top Lee's passionate team talk? The vibes are flowing this morning. It's coming home. Morning, Archie.
Archie.
Morning, guys. How are we doing?
Yeah, doing well, mate. Thanks to the callers calling up. Neil Warnock and Harry Redknapp. I'm properly revved up. How are you feeling? What do you want to see from Tuchel's side tonight?
Do you know what? I'm feeling a little bit optimistic, but my only problem is our defence. And I know everyone's talked about this altitude situation. I feel like our defence is way more of a worry than this altitude. This altitude, yeah, it's going to be a disadvantage, but the lack of experience in that defence is the only thing that worries me.
Yeah, I agree with you. I look at the sort of selection Thomas Tuchel made. I wasn't having it, but he can't change it now. So in terms of your back four, though, who would you pick? Who do you want him to pick?
Do you know what? Just for the experience, and do you know what? I'm going to have my Man United head on right now. I would personally drop Rice into right back, and I would put Cobby in that centre midfield. I know he's had no minutes in situation, but I know what Tommy is on the ball. I would put Rice at right back. I would go with probably Mark Gay and John Stones, just because Stones is with that experience in the prior World Cup. And then obviously your left back Nico O'Reilly, but it's just the experience. You got to look at our last World Cup defence. You had your Walker, your Shaw, your Maguire. These boys have played many tournaments. You look at our defence now. There is not one bit of a tournament experience apart from John Stones. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. There's a lot of question marks. Thomas Tuchel's got to get the majority of the decisions right tonight to win.
Yeah,
he's got the players. He's got the players to do it. Get over the line. All I want to know is, I want to hear you. You're going to do a team talk for us.
Come on, Archie.
A team talk. Oh, do you know what? If I was in that changing room an hour before kickoff, I would go in there and say, "Boys, do you know what? We're England. We do not fear anybody this weekend. Yeah, Mexico. Look at them in the eye. Do you know what? I'm a United fan. I know Alex Ferguson's team talks have changed games. They want us to treble. So if I would, do you know what? I would get a bit of Alex Ferguson inside of me and I'd say, "Come on, boys. It's coming home. Think about it." Do you know what I mean?
Love it, Archie. Brilliant stuff. Channeling a bit of Alex Ferguson. And I'm sure he wouldn't rev up the English side. But I get your point, Archie. Great stuff. And the questions about the defence, I think, yes, they're going to be haunting England throughout this tournament. Lots of questions to be answered. We're heading now to Mark, the Arsenal fan. Mark, are you feeling the positivity from the callers so far?
Yeah, I am, yeah. But I'm not sure about John Stones.
What
if
you
he's
would
not fit
go on
enough
then.
to play in an air-conditioned stadium, how's he going to play at altitude?
Yeah, it's a good point. I mean, his experience, I can see why that's a valid point. But equally,
Missed so much football.
he's missed. Yeah,
So much football
He
this
has.
year. He really has,
And
yeah.
I would rely on Pickford to do the talking for that back four, to be honest. I know they're not talkers. Also, I would seriously think about putting Jed Spence up on the right wing.
Yeah,
Because he's
maybe
the
further
quickest
forward.
player we got.
Yeah.
He can press and he can cross the ball. Because there's no end product with Madueke. As much as I love him, Arteta's had a whole season to get him to cross the ball to his man at the right time, and he can't do it.
So you're starting at right back. If you're putting Spence higher up, who's slotting into right back?
Kwanzaa.
Okay.
And if it doesn't work, do what he done in the last game and stick Rice in there.
Yeah, fair enough.
Have you
You know
got
what
a
I mean?
team talk, Mark?
Come on, Mark, give us the team talk.
I have.
Go on then.
What I would say to the lads is, the loose balls and the 50-50s, you win them, you win the game.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And we've got the strongest bench. Our bench probably will do that first team. So run yourselves into the ground and they'll freshen it up.
But Mark, across the dressing room with the stadium bouncing and the rumble and the roar of the crowd, you can already feel it. And you look across the room at some of the youngsters, and you've got, Nico O'Reilly's looking a little bit timid because he's about to go out into an absolute cauldron. What's your message to those nervous young England players?
I would say to them that it's the Azteca Stadium, lads, and a lot of people have made a lot of sacrifices to get there.
Yeah. Well, it's like quite an easy one. When you're a player, you're waiting, you're sitting there. I've been involved in many team talks, and sometimes it's short and sweet.
Yeah.
And you just make the points, and the points would be for me tonight would be just look. You've all earned the right to represent England. You've all been outstanding for your clubs. I've selected the best 26 players in the country to come and represent us. Now prove to me why I've called you up.
Exactly, like a fire under their belly. Bill's a Wolves fan. Great to have you on. Bill's representing the Midlands. Love to see it. How are you feeling about tonight, bud?
I don't like to be too overconfident, but in terms of results, we done anything wrong, have we? The games haven't been very good, but that's football.
But we got it over the line, haven't we? Harry Kane last game got it over the line.
Exactly. My point when I rang up is we're scoring most of our goals, what I can see of it, from attacking and then crossing the ball. And the only guy we got in there has been banging them in is Harry Kane. And I think the last 20 minutes, quarter of an hour, we should bring Dan Burns on specifically for corners, free kicks, crosses, and he'll help and give us an advantage. We need another man on there who's going to try and get to that ball.
Well, you could use Ivan Toney instead of Dan Burn doing that role.
Yeah, good shout, no problem. But who are you going to take off for Ivan Toney? If you bring Dan Burns on, he can play right back, can he?
Yeah, but Bill, it depends how you're doing in the game. If you're behind and you desperately need a goal and you need to go slightly more direct and, create different problems, it's where you are in the game.
Yeah, it's the way we've been playing, though, as you know, Tony. We are looking for chances in the air, aren't we?
Yeah. Bill, what's your message to the England fans? What's your team talk at the start of the game before kick-off?
Well, I'm a real passionate sportsman. I love me rugby, love all the sports. I would say personally, like they've said, they've got the confidence. They should have confidence in themselves in Tuchel. And at the moment, this country could really do with a lift with everything that's going on elsewhere. And that's part of it. And if them boys keep doing what they're doing, they're going to make loads and loads of English people happy. But they also might make a few of our Celtic friends unhappy. And I'm quite happy with that.
Yeah, I like that. Great words, Bill. Love that. Bill, the Wolves fan. We're now heading over for even further north. Luke's a Liverpool fan. Luke, come on. How you feeling about this one?
I'm absolutely buzzing for this tonight.
Yes, come on.
We've absolutely got this. We really have. All this altitude talk, you know what? We're going to go up that mountain, and then we're going to get through the other side of it. And when we go back down that mountain, that's when we come and collect that trophy.
Absolutely.
We've absolutely got this. Forget your chimichangas, forget your sombreros and your tequilas. It's about cold pipes, flat caps, and sausage rolls. Come on, England!
Yes, Luke, that's what we want to hear. That is what we want to hear. Brilliant stuff. That's all we need from him. The vibes are strong. We're getting a nation ready.
Flat hats, pipes, sausage rolls.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. We're preparing the nation. We're paving the way for an absolute belter of an evening. Everyone tomorrow morning is going to be absolutely shattered. Probably some of us going to be a little bit hungover when we roll into work. But this is what it's about. And I think that Bill, the Wolves caller, makes a really good point. Times are tough at the minute. Life is hard. You know, it really is. And it's the time of year, once every 4 years, where you just realise just how much football means. And we know that anyway with the job we do, how much football means to people. But particularly when the country come together and England are playing. And this is what football's about, eliciting those emotions, these big moments up against it in terms of the altitude, in terms of essentially playing an away game. But I think sometimes, just sometimes, that brings the best out of England, and I'm looking forward to it, Cass. And I tell you what, I said 2-1 earlier on. I'm saying 4-1. 4-1 to the England. Harry Kane hat-trick, Jude Bellingham to help out as well. It's coming out.
They need to play for their country, their family, their friends, and basically get off their backsides and do their job.
Yeah, I'm sure that's what they're planning on doing.
The only thing I'd say, Darren, is like you say, the altitude is that, look, it's not the same all over, is it? Mexico's different from America, and different states in America are different from other places. So you have to try and time it all right so it all fits.
Yeah, but you should go to that. They knew they could be playing in Mexico. So if they are not fit enough to go and play there, that's preparation.
The only thing I'd say, Darren, is that because all their group games were in America, they obviously can't have their camp in Mexico, so they can't have their camp at altitude. No. And so it's difficult for them to prepare at altitude when they're based in America. And then you've got, only a few days turnaround. So I think their hands are tied. And maybe the main question should be, and Jamie O'Hara was saying this, wasn't he, on the Sports Bar, about whether it's fair that England are playing aside at such altitude. I think it's more that England are the victims of the fixture schedule and where the games are being played. I don't know if they could have prepared.
I don't see why they couldn't have, because they could have gone there before the World Cup started. They could have gone there for a week. Mm. It's other sports seem to do it.
Yeah, and Darren, can I just jump in here? Honestly, the amount of preparation that England would have done, there'd have been no stone unturned. Yeah. I promise you. It just wouldn't be. There's so much now. England have got as much finance involved in getting the team absolutely spot on.
Yeah, you don't look. They've got altitude tents. They don't need
enough staff, members.
They don't need to go to altitude in order to prepare. But I sort of understand your point. We're going to Nigel, the Villa fan. Nigel, how are you feeling about it tonight?
Hello there. Right,
Nigel.
First one caller, but been listening since 2000. Yeah, just tell you about my experiences about playing football in altitude.
Go on then.
In 2017, my best mate, Paul Fellows, persuaded me to trek across the Himalayas.
Wow.
And to trek to base camp of Everest.
Yeah.
Now, what it is, you used to stay at little villages as you went up, a place called tea houses, and we stopped at this one village at 4,000 metres, a place called Tembuchi. Now, Tembuchi is where they've got the highest Buddhist monastery in the world, and so obviously we was pretty knackered from the trek. But when we got there, we noticed that there were some guys who were playing football. So we went over, and there happened to be Buddhist monks. So a few of us had a game of football with these Buddhist monks. Yeah, it was fabulous.
And what was it like playing at altitude?
What was it like? It was a bit tough, but obviously we've had a day's trekking at the time. But I mean, from a personal milestone, I mean, Paul crossed the ball 4 times, and just like Tony Cascarino, put the ball in the net.
Absolutely love it.
Have you got a few words on the team talk?
Yeah, come on, Nige, give us a team talk.
A team what, sorry?
A team talk, a little bit of a team talk. What are you going to say? Your final words before the team leave the dressing room.
Right, come on, boys. You can do it. You have history with you. You can put a spanner in there. Azteca Stadium works, and we can do it. Come on, you Lions.
Yeah, that's it. Love it, Nigel. Love the passion. Mark's a Spurs fan. Mark, are you confident of a big win for the England tonight?
No.
Oh dear, Mark.
No, I'm joking. When I woke up this morning, listen, I woke up this morning and I felt all the negativity. I was like, oh, the altitude, all this rubbish. We've got rubbish defence, right back problems, whatever, right? And then I sort of come round and thought, we're better than Mexico, surely. We can beat Mexico, surely.
I agree with you, Mark. I agree. What's your team talk? What's your message to the boys before they go out at the Azteca?
Right. Every team that's ever won a World Cup, they've had a world-class player, yeah?
Yeah.
So we've got Harry Kane, right? So just we shouldn't put all the pressure on Harry Kane. But what I'm saying is, well, and Jude Bellingham maybe, but what I'm saying is we're so much better than Mexico, and we should stop worrying and turn all this negativity into positivity. That's all I'm going to say.
Absolutely. What's your score prediction, Mark?
We're going to lose, probably. 1-0. I'm joking. No. 3-0.
Absolutely.
Come on, England.
Yes, Mark. Lovely call. Brilliant stuff. I tell you what, the callers have made this final 45 minutes an absolute belter.
Do you know what? When you can look at it, and we've heard a lot of the pessimistic views of, glass half empty instead of glass half full. I think England's chances are way more glass half full.
Yeah.
Just look at them and think, there's so many quality players in that squad.
Yeah.
And look, substitutes have made a big difference to teams. And the nations that are not as gifted or haven't got the depth in their squads have suffered. And England have got a lot of good players they can still bring on and change games.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I think the callers have reminded us all of that there's a lot to be confident about despite all of the things that are going against England tonight. I mean, the texts that we've got through while we've been on the phone lines are absolutely unbelievable. Sorry that I've not been able to get to some of these, but people have sent in some of the most amazing team talks that they've written. I mean, Cass, this one's about... I mean, no, I can't read. It's too long.
It's too long.
This one's like a university thesis, but unbelievable passion. Thanks so much for all your texts. But we've got to have a quick word on some other big games coming up in the quarterfinals. Spain, Portugal, by the way.
Yeah, really looking forward to that. Portugal haven't got going at all, Max. Haven't got going at all, Portugal. I feel like is there a performance in there? Spain are a tough cookie. And they've got gradually better after the Cape Verde result.
Yeah.
They've really took... And Elizabeth up front has got goals for them. Yamel's come back into the team. So they look like they're more prepared now to take on the very best.
Are you back in Spain to win that game?
I think Spain will beat Portugal. I do feel that. Because Portugal have not shown anything like... we've talked about negativity towards England and some things that have been said. I think you can say way more against Portugal.
Absolutely. Now, finally, Cass, can I get a score prediction for the England game?
I'm going to go England 3-1.
I see it with 2-1 earlier, Cass. The positivity from the callers and hopefully from me has infected you, mate. You've given an extra goal.
I think they're capable of getting... If the game gets... And I keep thinking, if England can start this game well and end up getting the lead, the Mexicans will chase, and because they'll just have to. They'll be caught up in the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. And I think England can punish them.
Last thing, you said it right at the top of the show. There needs to be another player other than Kane or Bellingham that shows up in a big game like this. Who you putting your money on away from those two that's going to show up and come good for England tonight?
I think Rice or Elliot Anderson, one of them two, will do something.
Yeah.
I think from midfield areas, which has been, say, a little bit more prudent in the way they've played, but I wouldn't be surprised if one of them two step up with a free kick or something.
I back that. Right. England tonight, 11 p.m. coverage starts with Adrian Durham and the team.
I mean, like, this stadium was built for the 1968 Olympics, where, the famous Bob Beamon had the long jump record forever. Then 1970, they played the most famous final ever, Pele, and the great, that great team. 86, Maradona, hand of God. It's up there in the top 5 football stadiums on the planet, Sean, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Before you worry about anything else.
Yeah.
I think the hardest thing as a player, having been one, didn't play at that level in these sort of stadiums, but played at some big ones. You can't, the hardest thing is to lock it in.
Yeah.
You're nervous, you're anxious, you're building up to the game, and it's that knife edge of success and failure. You're going into it like that.
Yes.
And it goes like that, and then all of a sudden you go, oh, I didn't really lock in that feeling. It's such a fine line,
Yeah.
because you want to be looking forward to these games. You want to go there and open up and play your best football and relax and enjoy the whole thing, knowing that this is an historical marker. And yet it doesn't really feel like when you're in the business.
No.
You know what I mean? That's the hardest thing about these stadiums, amazing as they are, and amazing occasions, but to actually lock it in, and remember it and enjoy it, that's the hardest thing when you're a professional.
And we were talking just now about Mexico itself and the people and the nation. I mean, they've gone mad for it, haven't they? I mean, a million people in the streets and all that kind of thing. Incredible atmosphere. So they really sort of, I suppose they fancy themselves as well. You would, wouldn't you, with their home record and that advantage?
The record's incredible.
It's astonishing, isn't it?
Absolutely, yeah. And I mean, you can imagine the feeling over there must be, it must be bonkers there. And it is, I mean, imagine Cape Verde at the minute.
Yeah.
I mean, not on the same scale, but people, but that must be going absolutely.
The pride they'd feel.
Yeah, imagine that last night.
Yeah.
I mean, that must have been some atmosphere anywhere in Cape Verde around the people of Cape Verde.
Yeah.
But no, going back to Mexico, I mean, it's incredible for them as well, not just for us. We want to win and all that, but it's one of them funny things, isn't it? People presuppose, but we want to win more. Well, do we? Because there's going to be a stadium full of Mexican people. Trust me, they're going to be wanting to win. So I was like, well, we'll see.
It's true. Let's have a little chat then about, obviously, the big talking point this week for England has been the right back position.
Absolutely. Yeah.
I mean, where do you stand on all this, Sean?
Well, the bigger picture, I was surprised. I said it on our first show. I was surprised Jed Spence made it. Not because he's not a good player, by the way. I just didn't think he was England ready for this sort of tournament. But that's the manager's job in his staff, and they've chosen him. Then I said he should play the last game, which I believe, what is the point in taking right by there if you're not going to play him in their natural slots?
Yes.
Don't think it went as well as they'd have hoped, and certainly not by my opinion, I saw Tuchel screaming at him during the game, which suggested he wasn't doing the job that he wanted him to do.
No.
A lot of talk with Rice going out there. I mean, the challenge for that, right, from a manager's point of view, if I'm chatting with my staff about this, you'd be going, could we do that? Yes, we could, of course. But then we not necessarily weakened, but we changed the dynamic of the midfield. And then the midfield have been really strong, I think, so far this tournament.
Yeah.
And 3 top players in there.
Yeah.
So it's like, do you risk changing that dynamic when that's going to be really important? I'm not saying fullback's not important, of course it is. But Konza, I think, could do a job there. He's done it at times for Villa. I don't think it's a natural turn, but he can do it. He moves well, so, I mean, that would be in the debate. Or don't forget, the hardest thing as a manager, and I say this a lot in talks that I do, is the hardest thing is to do nothing at all.
Yeah.
When the noise is building.
Yeah.
No, it's fair to say that Tuchel could go, listen, to Jed Spence, listen, we believe in you, we trust you, we just want you to do this, that and the other, and just maybe, hold your position a bit longer, or whatever tactical little nuances, and little details, reflect on it, and they might even go again. And that's the bravest thing as a manager, is to do nothing. When everyone's making a huge noise about what you should be doing, the bravest thing often, it's the bravest. Doesn't mean it's the right thing, by the way, I must make that clear, but the bravest thing is to do nothing and stand by your players and what they stand for as individuals and as a team. Not saying he should do that, but I'm just saying that is a brave thing to do. I don't think he will do that, but I'm still giving an example of when I've done it myself and going right and wrong, by the way, with my staff, debating who we should play, and I've stood strong. Nope, the same team's playing. Even when they've been going, no, we've got to change it. And that's a very tough thing to do.
And it's interesting because, like anything in life, but specifically in football management, where it's so intense, is if you get it right, everybody kind of goes, oh, you get it wrong.
You got it. I know, hindsight, the power of hindsight. I've never had a bad game in here. Brilliant every game. Got to call out Sean Knight, he's a tactical genius. Not so much on a Saturday afternoon.
Do you know a name that you've often mentioned in the past as one of the players you played with over the years, but Trips has been mentioned a lot that they didn't take.
Yeah, I mean, look, I was surprised. Well, I must make it clear, not that he's in his prime. He's not, but he's still a very, very good player, and he can handle it. He's shown that. He's got quality. He's shown that. He knows his way around what it is to be out there. Harry Maguire's another one who I would have personally took him.
Yeah.
Another reason for him slightly different. He went through that lull in his career, which can happen, and the crowd brought him and everything. But the last 3 months, he's been excellent. The feel-good factor's there as well for him.
Yeah.
He hasn't played as much football as all the others, as in literal minutes. So he goes there kind of fresh. But look, on the other side, I'm sorry, but when I go on this show, and I want to give my opinion, but sometimes I do sit on the fence because I am a manager, and I've been a manager,
and
I am one, and I do feel that Tuchel. It sounds really simple this from the outside, but when you're on the inside of it and you're debating it, you've got staff, you've got analytics, you've got sports scientists, you've got all the data coming in, and eventually you have to make a decision. 26 is a lot, of players. but you can only pick 26. You know what I mean? So it's not as easy as it sounds. But they will, trust me, they will be debating it.
Do you think he'll play him, Sean?
I don't think he'll play Jed Spence in the next game. If he does, though, like I say, I wouldn't think anything other than let's see. I wouldn't be jumping on it straight away.
Yeah.
Let's see how this game goes, because I'm a great believer in that. If he stands strong to his decisions, I trust the fact that he's the international manager, top manager, and I respect it. And I wouldn't be jumping on it after 2 minutes, which some people can do in football. I'd give him a chance and go, right, let's see how the game pans out. But I don't think he will. I think he'll change it.
Right, just 2 quick shout-outs before we go to the break. This is Julian from Surrey, a reference Mexico. Loving the show, guys. Thank you very much, Julian. Spent my wedding honeymoon in Mexico. He's named the place here, but I can't pronounce that. I can do if it was Welsh, it'd be all right, but I can't. Back in 1998, great memories and a lovely one. This is from Johnny Gard in Pontypridd, Roger Miller in 1990.
Roger Miller, what a good shout with the dance. See, I mentioned this about dances and that. You remember when we were talking about Tardelli and how natural it was? For one, did you see the Cape Verde lad when he scored his second go? Absolutely balmy. Yeah. I loved it. Yeah, but loved it. No dance.
Natural.
But Roger Miller was authentic. If you remember, it wasn't like he made it all up. No. It was so authentic that it actually worked, that one. So I'm going to let him away with that one.
Roger Miller is allowed to dance by Sean Dyche. And this lad has added in, Johnny God. He's gone, I seen you cut a few of those shapes in the Lava Lounge in Cardiff back in the day, Johnny. There we are.
I love
Must have seen me dancing on the dance floor.
An old splashing nightclub name.
The Lava Lounge. Remember it so well. Plenty more World Cup talk coming up, so please stay with us. A lot of people are talking about England's right-back situation. Former England international Kyle Walker joined Jason Cundy and Darren Bent on World Cup Game Day Live on Thursday and was asked if he would be ready to go into England squad at right back.
Yeah, I feel good. I'm back in pre-season. I'm back in pre-season. Yeah. Did the yo-yo test. I'm good to go. Yeah, I'm good to go. But when you look at the names that we've had in the competition that I would say that I've had to fight off for so many years now, with trips, the likes of Reece James coming up and doing so well, Trent playing at Liverpool, winning Champions Leagues and Premier Leagues, and to be in this situation now, and I look at it as the England team, and I look at it, they've got one natural fullback with Jed Spence. Nico O'Reilly's not a natural fullback. No. He's a midfielder. Obviously, he's done extremely well at Man City, and rightly so, he's in this England team. But to learn your trade as a fullback, it's not over a season. It's over years of being tested against probably, or if not the best players in the world.
Stephen, there's always something that comes up every major tournament. There's always a big question about England, and it's the right back. Have you got any views on it?
Well, it's a problem. And when he picked the squad, actually, he picked Livramento, Reece James, obviously top quality players, but susceptible to injury. Yeah. So you've got an issue there, and it's a big issue now. I mean, I worked with Jed. Obviously, remember the time working with Jed at Nottingham Forest, and incredible. And I know he has got a little bit of stick. And I think actually in both fullback positions there's a slight issue, because actually watching the goal back the other day, I actually, for me, looked at the left back getting out. I'm going to go into football a little bit. Yeah. He's come out a little bit too soon. Yeah. Two centre backs have shifted across. He did. Jed has to come in.
He did,
and then can't make up the distance to get out.
Yeah.
What he does next, I'm not too sure. Do you take Rice out of midfield but lose the engine and the physicality in there? To be honest, I don't know.
I mentioned about trips, but that's only because I've dealt with him, worked with him, and all that. But Kyle Walker, I was just checking that on my phone when we came back on. He played 36 games last year, so you know what I mean. You forget he's up and running. You know what I mean. Now he might not have been the Kyle Walker that he once was, but for me, he knows the script. He knows what it is. You know what I mean. He knows how to deal with it. Another guy around the camp who's been there, seen it, done it a little bit. I mean, I'm surprised by Jed Spence being there, but I make this clear because I said this in the beginning, just because I didn't think he had an amazing season. Nothing to do with whether he's a brilliant player or not, just because I didn't think he had an amazing season. And I agree. What was the cover? Where was the cover angle? Yeah. So if you're seeing something as a manager, right, and you staff this, what I'm not seeing, which is fair, because Tuchel's got a different view of these players, of course. So he'll have seen something that he wanted in the camp. But there has to be a reliability factor, doesn't there? Yeah. I think you can't go to a tournament. Well, you know better than me, because he obviously has been with Scotland, right? Yeah. You are looking at your runners and riders, surely, in your squad. You're going, right, who are the ones that are your fail-safes? Do you know what I mean? And then you might bring along a Jed Spence who, might be the wild card. Yeah. Do you get what I mean? But it felt a bit like he's bringing him along to almost play, I know injury to James, of course, but, let next in. And then there's pressure on Jed Spence. Funny enough, we were just talking about it. He must be feeling it. He must be thinking, God, this is a bit weird.
Absolutely.
Yeah. You know, and they put him in a. Now, don't get me wrong, brilliant. He's going there for him, and he'd been buzzing to be there, I'm sure. But you get what I mean. He's then going. I bet he's questioning himself now because all the furore around it. But deep down, I was saying earlier, Redo, before you come on, does Tuchel now stay strong and go? No, you're playing again. You know, no panic, you're playing again, and give him strength. You know, as a manager, to almost go, no, Clifford would have. You know, he's like, said, no, you're the right player, you're playing. But it's a big decision. Yeah. Big decision. I'm not sure which is the answer. You know, it's a tough one. That's why he's England manager. That's his job.
Because the changes that he's kind of... And then all of a sudden Rice is had to fill in at right back, and then it all becomes a little bit...
Yeah, everything goes out of kilter a little bit.
Like how Trent, you might have spoke about it already, but
yeah,
how, for the life of me, he cannot be in that squad or playing.
Yeah, but I wonder, do you think there's something behind what we
has to
see?
be?
Yeah, because it has to be. I agree. He's a top player, whatever you think.
Talking about...
Is there something behind the story? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We don't know how these personal relationships go.
Because that's the big bit. You're away for 4 to 6 weeks with the squad, and it's as much about having the right blend. I get that, the right blend of characters to kind of carry you through, but at the same time,
you need quality. You need your best players.
You need quality,
yeah. And so, I mean, we're going to have to talk about Scotland. I mean, a disappointing World Cup for them at the end. What were your views on that, Stephen?
I was gutted for Steve. Obviously, worked alongside him for a couple of years. So gutted for him. I think he wanted to obviously get to that, qualify for 3 tournaments, wanted to take that next step and get out the group. But again, I look at the third game, and you'll know as a gaffer, Daishi, that first 20 minutes is out of his hands. Obviously, Scott McKenna makes an error. Jack Hendry gets away with one, not a foul. Yeah. Angus Gunn comes out for the cross, doesn't get there. All of a sudden, you're 2-0 down, and it's game over. Nothing you can do from the sideline to do anything about that.
Same, Rito, with you being in the camp and knowing what it's like, the point that me and Johnny spoke about the other week, and it seems a weird view, I'm not sure I explained it very well, I'll attempt to again, but the overpowering nature of how good the fans has been, I've felt the media almost like, come on then, Steve, why aren't the players going? You go, because the fans have been brilliant, doesn't make the players brilliant all of a sudden. They haven't all suddenly become world-class players because the fans are brilliant.
Yeah.
And it almost like, I think he felt like he was sort of defending the team rather than just talking about the team. And then it comes across a bit weird, and then it's a bit odd. I mean, I personally, I back the job he's done in the bigger picture. He's done a brilliant job. And I saw Big Duncan Ferguson talking about going, as he just stepped out too soon, was he a bit emotional about it all. But he never comes across like that to me. He comes across so level-headed that I wonder whether at the back of his mind he thought this would be my last tournament. I don't
Possibly.
know.
I think a bit of the reaction. We've had a couple of messages we've not spoke, but I think some of the reaction from back home, was getting a little bit stick. Probably.
I mean, he was pretty vicious, actually, wasn't it?
Yeah, and I mean
that's the thing when it goes. Redo, going back to what we're talking about, mental health and awareness and all that.
Yeah,
there's a line.
Yeah.
For every manager, for every player, for every not just. Well, I'm only going to use football yet again. I know there's people who do marvellous things in life. You know, there's a life. They'll all have a line. I call it the truth line.
Yeah.
What's the truth of you? Where you go, that's enough.
Yeah.
I mean, and maybe
everyone's got that.
Yeah.
Haven't they? Got that line where
maybe he hit the moment. He went, that's enough. I've given what I can give. That's enough. I'm not taking any more. You know what I mean?
And again, social media amplifies it. Yeah. I remember when Wales went out the last World Cup quite disappointingly, and Robert Page got us to 2 major tournaments, man. First manager ever.
Brilliant.
And then people were starting to go, oh, Bale's leg. I mean, you can't start having to go Gareth Bale. But memories are short in football. And then McTominay, who had that terrific game against Denmark, suddenly it's like, oh, well, he hasn't turned up for this World Cup. You just think, God, it's like, it's so, like Roy Keane says all the time, it's brutal sport at the top, isn't it? Yeah. It's just brutal. Yeah. It just changed. It went from Scotland, they won the game against Haiti. You think, oh, they're going to have enough to get on you. The fans are all enjoying it, and then bang.
Could have had a couple of penalties in the second game.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden it's, it does make me laugh sometimes because getting to the tournament's enough until you get there. Yeah. And then it's, get out of the group. That's enough. Yeah. Until you're there.
Yeah.
Then it's
cool. And then it's failure, and you're like, hang on a minute.
And actually, in the bigger picture, 3 tournaments qualified for.
Amazing.
He's done an incredible job. It'd be great to see him, maybe having one last crack at a decent club job as well.
And what do you think in Scotland? There's rumours about David Moyes, isn't there? Ever seen that? I mean,
that might be time. I don't know.
Yeah, I think it would have to be and you obviously know him a lot better than me, but it'd have to be that moment, something that he's always wanted to have done.
Yeah.
Because I'm pretty sure the Scottish FA, you see some of the names on the short list, they're not going to be able to pay these type of managers.
No, he'd want to do it. He'd want to do it because he wants to do it.
This is something I've always wanted to do.
Yes.
I'm just going to go through it.
Yeah, people forget that these jobs, they don't pay like the Premier League.
No, they don't.
By the way, not that David Moyes, I'm not remotely saying
England do.
Not
Scotland and Wales.
Yeah. I'm not putting words in David Moyes' mouth, and I know you're not. He's a wealthy guy. He's done a brilliant job. He's done another great job at it now. But he'd have to want to do it. I know what you mean. It wouldn't be for money, that's for sure. He'd want to do it because maybe it's his final You know, it's like
Possibly.
final. Yes.
I'll tell you who might be an outsider for it, who's managed, players respect him, he's hungry, could be just as a kind of off the bat one, might be Stephen Naismith, who's assistant to Steve. Sometimes the Welsh, sometimes that's an opportunity job for a lot of managers.
Yeah, it is.
To take it, former players perhaps.
Yeah.
And then they usually at some stage move on.
They do.
It could be one like that because, as we've said there, the type you look at the list, and the Scottish.
It's got to be a passion job, isn't it? You're right. It's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be coming in and just quickly in Ireland. I mean, what's the story there? Is it a bit like Wales? We've just got to go back and try and just cry and
tell you, Johnny, you can vouch it. UEFA are just phoning me. You can say that's bizarre. So maybe live
the Scotland job.
Off of the Scotland job. Look, UEFA are just phoning. How random is that?
It is.
That's actually real. Look, that's mad, isn't it?
Yes,
there you go.
Yes.
Oh well.
I mean, Ireland.
Sorry.
A bit like Wales. They got through the playoffs. It's qualifying for countries like that, isn't it?
It is. It looks a real struggle because as the years have gone on, they're slipping further down. The rankings becomes more difficult to qualify. Having said that, obviously the tournaments now has more teams, but look at the quality of the squad of the team, and I think what we always had when I was playing for them would be 3 or 4 standout Premier League players.
Yeah.
And a starting 11 were regular Premier League players. Throughout, and even going into the 21s, we was all playing at least at championship level on a regular basis. You kind of go through that squad now and you're sort of missing that sort of real quality, that world-class quality of a Robbie Keane, of a Damien Duff, of a Roy Keane, you know.
Well, I was saying that about the Scotland squad, the squad and the fact that when this World Cup, and I wouldn't be disrespectful, they've got some really good players, but there's a difference between being a really good player and you get to the World Cup, you need that front third quality, that real cutting edge. That's the difference. And with all due respect, I don't think Scotland have got that Tallis person.
Right.
The one he is the one that makes a difference. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Some really good pros, really solid, but very good players, but not, you know what I mean? Not that one with just that bit more.
Yeah.
Like with Kane, he's got that bit more. I know. Kane.
Incredible.
I mean, a front to your team like Kane, people don't. I mean, down the years, imagine.
We've got to go to the break, but you know what? I really wish he was Welsh.
That's a great way to put it.
And I'm pleased to say, joining us to give us a little bit of a lowdown is a true English hero, former Premier League boss, Neil Warnock. Good morning, Neil.
Hi, Neil.
Yeah, morning. Morning, Tony. Morning, Mike.
Neil, come on. Tell us how you're feeling from a manager's perspective going into this game and the decisions you think have got to get spot on.
I just think he knows what he wants. I think he will play the wide lads. I heard somebody last night saying about leaving 3 or 4 of the main players out for an hour because of the altitude and all that. But you can't do that as a manager, Tony. You've got to play what you think is your best team. And I think he'll go with Gordon. And I think he might go with Mariuki again because he likes him. He works hard. And I think he's shown that Rashford and Saka coming on can turn a game or can contribute more in that final third of a game. So, the back line worries me. But we should, when you look at the midfield, Tony, I mean, we've got the best midfield in the whole competition. And I heard somebody, I can't remember who it was now, saying we haven't got anybody making passes. Oh, it was Harry, about Glenn Hoddle and things like that. But Elliot Anderson's pass for that goal was unbelievable. He split it down the middle. He can do it. He's the one player that can do that.
I'm absolutely with you, and I'm glad to hear some positivity because it's been I think some of the reaction, Neil, was a little bit over the top after that win against DR Congo. We showed some mettle. Harry came with a world-class goal to win it. I think, this team, yes, might be defensively a bit weak, but it's a team that's got a good moment in them, a team that can change the game in a matter of minutes.
They're just horrible. It's like France last night. These games, you get them in every level that you're managing, and you just want to get in the dressing room with a win.
Yeah.
You're not bothered how you do it. You're not bothered if it's pretty. You're not bothered about what they're going to say. You just want that win and get on with the next round. And I think if they can beat Mexico, I don't think it'll be as easy as what you say. I don't. And I know we've got better players. If you look on paper, better players in every position. But you don't win games altogether on paper. You win games in an atmosphere some of them lads will never have experienced, and the older lads will have to help them out. And if they can last that first 20, 25 minutes where they're getting used to the altitude, then I think they've got a great chance of progressing.
Yeah, and I think what you can say is England have got 2 or 3 really top players. We're talking about the elite in world football. And obviously Kane, Bellingham, I would even probably add in Rice in there. So I feel, well, it's a golden opportunity. Who's got, if any team's got a forward with Harry Kane in it, you've always got a chance of getting some result.
You have. I mean, even I went gobsmacked with his second goal. I mean, Harry's there usually to head it in the back post like the first goal and tap one in and whack one in there straight. But the way he turned, I mean, he's just like a bottler of vintage wine, isn't he, Tony? He's getting better every year, isn't he?
He's
and he looks. The only thing that worries me is the back. Pickford don't worry me. I know that people jumped on about he should have saved that. He's been as good as anything I've known him in my lifetime. And I like Pickford. So the others, the full backs. I think he'll be hoping that. I think is it Concert or Quansah? Sorry, I think if he can bring him back in, then it'll be interesting to see who he partners at the back. Because I personally would bring John Stones in. I think that his experience for a game like this at that level. But it'll be, like you say, be interesting watching his selection.
Neil, I've got to ask you about Jed Spence. I'm a Forest fan, and we obviously took him on loan when you were at Borough. And there was lots of, he was great for us, but we know about sort of questions around sort of his attitude, his application in training. We had Jack Colback on, his former teammate last week, who was, saying as much. Are you surprised to see him starting for England in this World Cup?
I can't lie, can I? I mean, if you'd have told me when I had him at Middlesbrough that he'd play for England, I think you were in cuckoo land. And all credit to him. He went to Forest. I mean, Jed could do anything he wanted. But I think for England, he's great at going forward. But I think the weakness was when he was 1 against 1 in the last third, in his own last third. Then the people always search to get past him and get a crossing or a shot. So I don't think he'll start him personally. I think he'll go for somebody else more defensive. But Jed's done brilliant to get in. Listen, when I let him go and he got his move to Tottenham, he put a big picture of me and a big fat cigar in his mouth, and as if that would worry me. I've had a lot of players have a go at me over the years, but listen, he's done brilliant. He can now say he's an England player, and that is unbelievable.
But we've seen, haven't we, Neil? Thomas Tuchel, whether it's in training, whether it's on the pitch in a World Cup game, barking orders at him, looking frustrated. And it seems bizarre to me that with the likes of Lewis Hall, even Trent Alexander-Arnold, that Tuchel maybe hasn't done his homework and hasn't heard your concerns and other managers' concerns about his attitude. And while I think there's been a bit of an overreaction about his performance levels, clearly there seems to be some questions that Tuchel still has over Jed Spence.
Yeah, but if you do your homework, he's as good as anything going forward.
Yeah.
Jed's done absolutely brilliant going forward. So, and you had the best of him at Forest.
Yeah.
He just went free. I think Tottenham, he struggled at Tottenham because I don't think the manager signed him.
No.
I think the upper hierarchy signed him as an English player then. Yeah. And so he didn't get much chance there. But it will be interesting tonight. I think he'll have to go a little bit more defensive, if I'm honest. So it'll be interesting to see whether it's Quansah or Quansah or John Stones. I think one of those will end up there because I don't think he'll move our midfield three. I mean, they are the best three in the whole competition. I mean, Bellingham. Oh, Tony, I never tell you the story. When I forget, we were playing Birmingham, and I forget where I was now. He was 16 years old, Bellingham. And I said, I got a tough midfield player. And I said to him, oh, you've got a piece of cake tonight. Just sort this kid out. He's only 16. Give him a bit of that to start with, and you'll have no problem at all. And 90 minutes later, he never touched the ball, my lad. This Bellingham was absolutely world class at 16. I've never seen anything like it in the Championship.
I don't know. Neil, we had Harry on just now, and I asked him about where he's going to be watching the game, what's he going to be doing. He said he's going to be watching at home, having a cup of the tea and a few biscuits. What about you?
I'll be having a gin and tonic, me. You know.
Yeah, that's more like
I mean, they all, you know. And if we win, I might even have a cigar on balcony.
Well, send Jed a message with you having a cigar on the balcony, Neil.
Yeah, send him a picture with a big cigar in it. Yeah, no, they all credit to him for getting it England.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I am looking. I don't know how you can. I don't know how. I did think just for a split second, I could tape it and get up early and not know the results. But it's not the same, is it, Tony? You've got to watch it there and then, haven't you?
Neil, one of my favourite things to do is to watch videos of your old team talks as Sheffield United boss. And I wonder, what would you be saying to the England boys heading into the Azteca for the first time since the Hand of God incident in '86, with 70-odd thousand mad Mexican fans tequilaed up? What are you saying to the England boys before the game?
Well, I couldn't put it on Talk Sports video, I can tell you that now. I think you've just got to calm down. Before the game, I always used to have a couple of minutes before they went out. I just remind them how good they were, you know, and just think about what they've got to do. They'll all have something that the manager's asked them to do. Just concentrate. Don't let the crowd direct you away from what we know is the right thing to do against your own opponent, and whether it's an individual case, or whether it's altogether. The set pieces, and just remind them about the defensive set pieces, and just enjoy the atmosphere. I mean, the World Cup in the Aztec, it's going to be an absolutely amazing atmosphere, and just relish in it. And people like, like I said, I mentioned John Stones, but people like him and Declan, they'll be winding them, And you said about that, all your age. The lads that watch my videos now, whenever I go down the street, you got to die for 3 points, Neil, and enjoy it by being disciplined.
Oh, it's brilliant.
So you just got to keep going, haven't you?
Yeah.
Neil, absolute pleasure. Thanks so much for joining us. Thoroughly enjoyed that, mate, and enjoy your gin and tonic for kickoff.
Cheers, Neil.
Lads. Cheers, Tony.
Bye-bye.
That is the legend that is Neil Warnock, getting us warmed up and ready for what is going to be a massive night of football for England at the Azteca, as we know, at altitude, with the Mexicans absolutely loving it. Right, let's get into some England chat ahead of this huge game against the Mexicans tonight. We'll see just how preparations have gone ahead of what's to be a historic game at the Azteca, the first one since that infamous Hand of God incident. And speaking ahead of the game, England boss Thomas Tuchel insisted the proposed change in kickoff time didn't affect his side.
And the confusion about the kickoff was a bit of a confusion, but I think only for me and for the officials. I'm not sure if the team was even aware. We kept it away from the players completely, and as soon as we landed. So it was a bit of a confusion in the last hour before we started, but as soon as we landed, everything was solved. It was a good moment to be in the air for 3.5 hours.
Thomas Tuchel saying it didn't cause too many problems for him and the team. I tell you what, it did for Tony Cascarino in his booking at the sports bar in London town. Anyway, let's speak to a man on the ground in Mexico. It's legendary journalist, broadcaster, talk sport host Henry Winter is with us. Morning, Henry.
Henry.
Hi, guys. How are we doing?
Yeah.
We're doing well. Talk to us. I mean, you're there on the streets in Mexico. What are the vibes like? Are the Mexican fans sort of causing havoc outside the team hotel?
Well, when you say I'm on the streets, I do actually have a room in Mexico City. I'm not wandering around quite on my own yet. There's some nice park benches around here. I mean, at the moment, I'm sort of out in the middle of town. It's just a brilliant city. I've never been here before. And the anticipation of going to the Azteca tomorrow. Look, there's been a lot of talk, and Tony will have been through this with on club trips. I mean, they do have double glazing here. The players do have, earplugs and earplugs, and they won't have noticed anything like that. But it was interesting just listening to Tuchel there, and I was in the press conference earlier at the Azteca, when he said, well, the players didn't know anything about it. Well, they did, because we spoke to Morgan Rogers and Marcus Rashford pitchside. Faye was there and was asking them questions. Said, oh, by the way, the Mexicans are saying they're going to bring the game forward. And all the kids in the UK were saying, yippee, we'll be able to watch the game live. So, look, it's such a build-up to such an important game. But the most interesting thing is that you come to Mexico City, everywhere is football. It is football, football, football. And we've obviously been in the United States. And look, they love soccer there, but it's nothing like here. Wherever you go, down side streets, everyone's wearing green shirts.
Yeah.
And England are walking into one of the great iconic venues. But what I love about this generation of footballers, that they are actually cut off from a lot of the things that sort of obsess me about, the hand of God and Maradona, and maybe having one or two mariachi bands outside the hotel, which they probably can't hear. So, look, they're in a bubble, they're focused, and they'll be fine.
I was going to say, Henry, because there's a lot in the newspapers today about Maradona in '86 and Bobby Moore in 1970. And look, there's a lot of difference between that and where we are today, where, there wasn't water breaks back then. There wasn't the amount of substitutions you can make. So you can manage the game far better in today's game.
It's a really important point. It's something that Tuchel was making, because he said he noticed in training, we watched training earlier, and okay, we only get to see a sort of slightly sanitized version of 15 minutes. They're not going full pelt. But he said that he found that for the first 10, 15 minutes of the training, that the players were actually feeling the altitude, and then they grew into it. And you've seen the way that Mexico start their games at the Azteca. They go absolutely full throttle. That's partly the adrenaline of the fans driving them on, but also because the altitude does affect the visiting teams, who then find their stride after about 15, 20 minutes. So to come back to your point, if they can get to, it's a horrible expression, the first quarter, they get through the first quarter, and I hope we ban that phrase in England when we resume again. So if they can get to 23, 24 minutes, he can then get them in. And actually the hydration point, which we all know is for commercial reasons, actually might help England in this case. They can reset and go again, catch their breath and go again.
Henry, have you been one of the thousands of journalists that I've seen do that really unique thing and go on a run, as if that somehow enlightens us about how these players are going to feel at the Azteca?
Yeah, because I feel when I go for a jog at my portly age of 63 with my marathon running days behind me and never having been a competitive sportsman, I really feel when I go out for a run like that, I can understand what Jude Bellingham's going to be going through in 24 hours' time.
Absolutely.
Absolutely no chance. The gap, it's like when I hear professional footballers say, well, they're good at golf, they could actually go and join the professional tour. It's such a huge leap. Footballers will understand that. These guys, they are elite athletes. You look at Declan Rice, for example. He's absolutely pared down. There's not an ounce of fat on him. So there's nothing in common between me and Declan Rice apart from a passport and, growing up in London. So, no, I haven't been going for a run. I've been going for long walks and getting slightly out of breath, but not comparing myself with any of the footballers who are going to be stepping out. Look, these are elite athletes.
Yeah.
They're focused, and I think they'll be fine. But the first 10 minutes will be a bit of a storm.
Yeah. Look, Emery, me and Max were talking yesterday about, I thought, and Max did as well, that there was a bit of an overreaction, to the DR Congo game, which obviously it didn't. It wasn't the perfect performance, but I did think the importance of just going back to the last 20, 25 minutes of the England performance, where substitutes came on, but the play got a bit faster, and of course the incredible finishing of Harry Kane.
Well, the good thing is they don't panic, and I think that's a credit to Gareth Southgate and the culture that he brought up. I think there's less fear around the England team. I think that they leave all the things like, the fans going to be keeping them awake at night, penalties, all those issues which have been all about sort of fear and have inhibited England in the past. I don't think there is that element. I mean, you would hope that just before they go out, first they're playing at the Azteca. I mean, Tony, you played at some of these great grounds. The Azteca's in the top 5 of grounds. I mean, me as a journalist, I've been writing about football for 40 years. I've never been to the Azteca. I'm excited to go there. And my biggest exertion is going to be opening my laptop. And, they are going out there to perform on this stage in front of, 70,000 incredibly passionate Mexicans and 8,000 incredibly noisy Englishmen. What a stage to play on. That is a life moment. So I think they will see that. I think they'll also look around the dressing room and see Jude Bellingham, world class. They'll see Harry Kane, as you say, those amazing goals, classic Kane goals, the head of the movement then for the finish, but also a leader who goes, not on my watch. Yes. We are not losing. And he sets the tone. He's quite a calm, composed. He's not really a shouty leader. And I think that rather sets the tone.
Henry.
But they should be worried about the defence. I mean, I take your point about the reaction to DR Congo. But first, this is England. We react if England don't win a corner. It's because it's so important, because England fans have waited so long. They spent a lot of money to come out here. Talking to England fans in the streets, it's cost them absolute fortunes to get to the United States and then down to Mexico City as well. So, yeah, absolutely. It's very important. And the fact that England underperformed against DR Congo was bad and actually deserved the criticism, particularly the defence and the right side of the defence.
Henry, Thomas Tuchel has promised us, and I kind of believe him, that England will be better against better opponents. I mean, it's really simple. When the other team are playing and that there's more space for our top class players to perform, are you confident that tonight or 1 a.m. in UK time is the time that happens?
Yeah, it must be the first time that England are actually playing on a day when the fans back home are watching it on a different day. That's completely sort of scrambled my mind, because we're obviously playing on Sunday evening. You're watching it on Monday morning. I mean, I just think that they just have to go out there and cut all that stuff away, because they must look around the dressing room and realise that, there are good players there. They have got a very good manager in Thomas Tuchel, who, by the way, in his press conference earlier, you've been playing clips from it, was so enthused. He was excited to be there. For too long, we've seen the England national team be inhibited on the big stage. But coming back to your point, I mean, Mexico aren't 10th in the world. They're a decent team. Obviously, they don't necessarily have the stars of the English team. But to your point, I mean, I've seen England struggle against the elite teams who supposedly gave them a little bit more space, and they go out in style and they play well, and everyone says, oh, it's plucky failure. We've been through that. Saint Etienne. I mean, it's happened on many an occasion. But then you can spin it another way, is that they won't play with a low block and England will be able to get at them. Look, England, if they perform, have got fantastic individuals, but they've got to perform. And that defence has got to raise its game, because their concentration, their positioning has not been good enough. And Tuchel's been partly responsible for that with his slightly weird selections of injury-prone fullbacks.
Yes, you've hit the nail on the head. But you've also set the scene wonderfully, Henry. You've got my juices flowing for this game. I'm feeling confident. So thank you so much for joining us. It's been brilliant.
Cheers, my pleasure. I'll go back to my park bench.
Yeah, put that hood up and, snuggle down for the evening.
Cheers, guys. See ya.
That is Henry Winter, legendary journalist, TalkSport host. Brilliant, really setting the scene for what is going to be an absolute spectacle at one of the great stadiums in world football.
Welcome back to the Legends Lounge. I'm Rio Ferdinand.
And I'm Roman Kemp.
Listen, Roman, I have to say, we have passion, a true leader, strong, aggressive, thunder fires, a free kick specialist, a sublime left foot, by the way.
Yeah. I can't find enough superlatives.
That's because he is one of England's greatest left-backs of all time, a true legend of the game, known for his unwavering commitment on the pitch and his devotion to the three lions. Please welcome the one, the only, Stuart Pearce. Stuart, hello.
Well, thank you. That's some introduction. Thanks very much.
That was
That's what we do.
I think the build-up is very much deserved. And I'm going to go straight in, a little bit two-footed into this, because you chaps have played against each other.
We played with each other.
Yeah.
No,
Yeah.
but against each other. Do you remember the first time you played against each other?
Oh, I told them this story yesterday, a couple of days.
Got out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Mexican left. Well, you and I, in the company of Stuart Pearce, the England legend tonight, for an extraordinary occasion.
Yeah, it will certainly be in the memories of us for years and years to come. I hope the quality of the game matches that as well. The intensity of both sets of fans, magnificent respect from both sets of fans for each anthem. And we've just had a booking there for Declan Rice, I believe.
Absolutely. Rice booked inside the opening 60 seconds for a challenge on the left-hand side of midfield. His boot was raised in towards the head of Romo. And Rice is in the book. Not a problem per se, apart from the fact, obviously, he's on a yellow card for 89 minutes of this game. Jude Bellingham, the only England player coming into this match who, were he to be booked, would miss any potential quarter-final through suspension.
Yeah, I think Thomas Tuchel's just remonstrating with the fourth official, and basically what he's saying is there's a minute gone in the game. And the players come in, Romo's come in from sort of blind side of Declan Rice, who had his foot up anyway. And I think he realises you don't want anything to go against you. And a booking after 1 minute isn't ideal.
Now, Romo still down, receiving treatment, and nearly all of his teammates are around him. There's an interesting incident from the kickoff where England played the ball back, and one of the Mexican players just ran full pelt towards the two England centre-halves and got involved in a physical altercation with them. Romo's back on his feet. He has waved his finger around the size of his side of his head as if to say Declan Rice was mad for making that challenge. He's on a yellow card then, still 0-0. The very early stages here on TalkSport. Alvarado dropping deep, played down to the Mexican right. Jimenez dropping deep, picks up possession, goes for goal. It's well blocked by Gahey. Loose ball spinning out towards Alvarado. Alvarado laying it back for the right back Sanchez. Sanchez down towards Alvarado again. Faced up by the England back line. He's not in a position to get across him past Nico O'Reilly. So plays it back through the midfield towards Lira. Lira to Montez. And now back for Lira again. Such an extraordinary, intense atmosphere here at the Azteca, in the southern suburbs of Mexico City. The Mexicans here en masse and all in fine voice. They've conceded a free kick just on the edge of England's penalty area, which Mark Gahey will come across to take. So much made of the way that England start this game, the importance of the opening 20 minutes, almost to hang in there, get to the first hydration break, and then take the game on from that point. And Mexico with all the early possession here as we anticipated. 0-0.
Yeah, Mexico, as you would expect, with the fan base behind them, the intensity of what they're trying to achieve early on. They're trying to set a tempo to the game. England have just got to, whilst match them physically, play with a calm head, just take the sting out of their start.
Quanta works the ball for Bukayo Saka. Tried to keep it in, he couldn't quite. He got his right heel to it, flicked the ball back, but it goes straight out of play for a throw that'll be taken on the Mexican left. Mexico, as has been well documented, losing only 2 of 88 competitive games here. They've won nearly 70 of those 88. But very few have been against premium opposition. England, for their part, haven't beaten top 10 opposition in the last 8 attempts at the World Cup. Mexico, with the results that they've had here, have crept up to 9th in the ELO ratings. They're 5 places below that in the FIFA World List at the moment, which you'll be aware is only updated monthly. Montez plays the ball back to Rankau. Goalkeeper taking a couple of touches. He's in bright pink, able to play the ball out past England's midfield. A little bit of pressure coming from Elliot Anderson, but good quick feet from the prodigiously talented 17-year-old Mora. Working the ball to Alvarado, now out towards Quinones, and first opportunity for him. Just laid back by him to Gallardo. Back again for Lira, the most defensive of the 3 midfielders for Mexico. It just drops deep between the 2 centre halves. Now played forward again down the Mexico right. England able to cut out the latest attack. Gahey will get it forward in towards Jude Bellingham. Cacophony of boos whenever England have it. And a free kick is given England's way. They want to take it quickly, preventing from doing that. And Harry Kane and Elliot Anderson both getting heavily involved with Lira, who fell on the ball after his foul on Bellingham. He grasped the ball to stop England taking the free kick quickly. And both Anderson and Kane took real exception to that. This is very feisty inside the opening 5 minutes.
Yeah, we've spoke about both teams got to play with a cool head. Probably the most coolest head in this stadium to make this game flow has got to be the referee. He can't get drawn into silly nonsense really from any of the players to slow the game down. There's no need. Just let the game go.
It's Ali Reza Fagani from Australia, who is the man taking charge today. Has refereed England in a World Cup before in a third-place playoff 8 years ago. Here's Gahey after a free kick was taken short, and then he's then been caught by Mora. And the Mexicans complain about that. But this already, you can tell, is going to be a tough game for the officials to effectively police.
It is, but I mean, I've got to say, Gay's received the ball there and he's just planted his feet and fell over. I don't think that's a foul. And you've got to be careful in what you're doing, because referees should just be playing on then.
Gahey to O'Reilly. O'Reilly's ball down to the left-hand side of the midfield is into the feet of Jude Bellingham, who hits a pacey ball back for Jordan Pickford. Pickford in his customary yellow, coming out from the penalty area. Slipping it forward into the feet of Ezri Konsa. Out of the right-hand side, Declan Rice had just dropped deep from his midfield position and receives it. Down to Gahey again to Konsa. And to Declan Rice. Quinones chasing after him, but Rice just waits for him to come. And then slips it back to Konsa again. Now down towards Mark Gahey. England maintaining the centre-half partnership today. O'Reilly, tap for Bellingham, cleverly using his body, letting the ball drift past him, took a couple of Mexican players out of the picture, finds Anthony Gordon, who had those 2 assists against DR Congo. He'll make his way forward, and he has won the first corner of the night, which will be taken on the England left with 8 minutes gone at 0-0 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, England playing with a little bit of confidence about their play, I think. You know, they look like a team that know exactly what's coming, exactly what they're facing, and great play there by Bellingham. Just turned the press round the corner and all of a sudden drove forward, give it to Gordon, and great opportunity now to pop the ball in the box. Quality, please, Declan.
So Rice will take this corner, which will come in from the left. It's a congested 6-yard box, as always. Nico O'Reilly doing his best to stand in front of the goalkeeper. Anthony Gordon is in there as well. Kane stands on the edge of the 6. Corners actually work short for Bukayo Saka. He'll get it in, curving it deep towards the back post from the left flank, and he's overhit it, and it goes straight out of play on the opposite touchline for a throw that'll be taken on the Mexican left. And there have been a few illustrations of that, Stuart, through the opening 9 minutes. You don't need to hit the pass quite as hard as you think.
No, the rarefied air, without a doubt, and also as well, the amount of moisture we've had. The ball's going to slip rather nicely, so you've got to get used to that. I found that probably when I was on the coaching staff in South Africa at a similar altitude, actually.
Just a wee bit higher here, not much in it. England have it with Rice. Rice is 10 yards inside the Mexican half, but has hit it back into his own half here for Ezri Konsa. To his left for Mark Gahey. England taking the sting out of the Mexicans in the opening 9 minutes here, which is still 0-0. Declan Rice already on a yellow card, the fastest shown to any player in a World Cup tie for 8 years.
Tell you what England are doing, they're getting Quansah forward very early, very advanced, you know, and I think that's obviously something they've worked on a little bit.
Anthony Gordon picking up the ball on the other flank, so Rice will just drop in, almost sort of a half and half, central midfielder right back, and that allows Quansah to make his way forward. Quansah has it now, it's just put to the ground by Quinones after the ball had been played. Play goes on, England in possession again in the midfield, and it's Manchester City's Nico O'Reilly. Down for Barcelona's Anthony Gordon, sending it down the line. Bellingham will chase after it. The retreating midfielder Lira has tapped it out of play. He was looking for a free kick, didn't get one. Bellingham right touch tight to him, but didn't put his hands in his back to allow Lira the opportunity to go to ground, and it's a throw to England.
Yeah, really poor play there by Lira. He's picked the ball up and he's just waiting to get fouled and trying to initiate a foul that was nowhere near being put into place.
O'Reilly taking the throw, Gordon coming to meet it, brushed off the top of his foot, gone straight out of play for a goal kick. 0-0 through the opening 10 minutes here on TalkSport. Don't forget, breakfast tomorrow morning as far as we're concerned, but only in a few hours as far as you're concerned. 6 a.m. your time. Jeff Stelling and Gabby Agbon-Lahore. So that's just a shade under 4 hours. That will start. Jack Butland and Andros Townsend amongst their guests on TalkSport Breakfast. And 6. What is it back home? Just coming up to 2:15. 0-0 here. At 7:15 in the evening here in Mexico City. The rain really coming down with ferocity. They are expecting a good inch and a half or so over the next 2 hours, but the lightning has dissipated, so there's absolutely no sense that this game will be interrupted at any point from here after the delayed start. Lira getting it forward through the midfield. Jimenez dropping deep, coming to meet it, and will turn it round the corner. Alvarado has seen plenty of it in the early stages and plays it forward. Now he goes back for Montez, from him to Vasquez, and to Montez again, who was sent off in the opening game of the tournament here. One of the 3 red cards in that first match against South Africa. Alvarado chips one forward for Raul Jimenez's run, but he was very well marshalled there by Ezri Konsa, who just followed him every step of the way and could let it run through towards Jack Butland. 12 gone, no undue alarm for England. They haven't created anything at the other end, though. It is still 0-0 here on TalkSport.
Yeah, as I say, I'm quite enjoying what I'm seeing at the moment from England. Seem nice and composed, no panic in their play. What I would like to see, probably on turnover of possession, be a little bit more dynamic going forward. We've had 1 or 2 opportunities because Mexico will spread to play. That gives us opportunities to break on them.
The other thing that we haven't seen so far is a touch for Harry Kane. I don't think he's had a single one. It's O'Reilly inside his own half, happy to go backwards. Mark Gahey clipping one over the top. It's an excellent run from deep. Saka just trying to bring him down, and it's as he stretched out his left foot, come off his toes and gone through to the goalkeeper. But he made a great run there from out to in. That's not the kind of run that you would associate with Bukayo Saka. Certainly in an England shirt, but he got him behind the Mexican back line and just couldn't bring it under control. It'd have been in. Now he's got to chase all the way back at the other end as Mexico play a long diagonal down towards Quinones. And Saka's defended that well. It's gone out of play, and it will be a goal kick to England. Gallardo actually a little bit unlucky. The ball might have gone out of play actually for a throw. No, goal kick is the verdict, which would be taken by Jordan Pickford in front of the England fans. Away to our right, 0-0.
Yeah, it actually was a corner. Last touch come off of Saka, but wonderful defensive work from Saka from a run behind the back line. Angled his run magnificently well, stayed on side. Used the body of Montez to keep him on side.
England will get it forward again. Flicked on towards Saka and cleared. Ball down in the midfield by Lira to Quinones. Now to Gallardo, the left back. From him to Vasquez and on to Montez. Both of these teams playing a 4-3-3. Anthony Gordon leading the press there. The press has been a little bit erratic, but I would imagine intentionally so from England's perspective. There'll only be certain times in these conditions where they will really gamble and go for the press. They know that they've got to play within themselves to a certain extent because of the altitude. Certainly to start with. Sanchez on the Mexican right, down towards Alvarado. That's a good ball in, diving header! Scooped away by Pickford. Fine stop to deny Raul Jimenez. First quality ball inside the penalty area. Jimenez was only about 1.5 feet off the ground as he powered that to the bottom right-hand corner. And Pickford got down, good strong left hand to it, tips it away.
Well, I've just seen some old-fashioned centre-forward play there. Brilliant diving header by Jimenez. And I've got to say, Pickford would have been beaten by that unless he got that strong left hand parry to it. Fantastic save by the goalie, fantastic header.
Great football all round. In comes Mexico's first corner towards the near post. It's an England head on it. They'll do it all again as it's come off the top of an England defender and gone straight behind Jordan Pickford's goal. So another corner to be taken on the Mexican right-hand side by Alvarado. That far and away the best chance of the game so far. It's 0-0. In towards the edge of the 6-yard box, Kane heads it away and emphatically almost gets the ball towards halfway. And the Mexicans will mop up and go back to their goalkeeper. Faye Carruthers, TalkSport's England correspondent, had a perfect view of that Jordan Pickford save. Faye?
That was incredible. Right tipped round the post. It was going into the far corner, Jim, and Jordan was so alive on his feet. Tipped it round the post, and then that defensive header a second ago off, just before Harry Kane's one, was from Jude Bellingham, who lay flat on his back afterwards. It stunned him very quickly, but the danger is appeased for now.
Faye, thank you. Ball chipped over the top. And towards that goal that Faye is sitting behind, but all Morrow could do in herring after it is stop it going out of play for a goal kick. He's put it out of play for a throw instead. England will take it in their right back position, which is over on the far touchline from us. They have progressed in the last 16 in 6 of the 8 attempts that they've had, beaten by Argentina on penalties in 1998, and then Bloemfontein on a poor day, well beaten by Germany. Other than that, they've won every last 16 tie that they played in the World Cup. England hoping to continue that run here, trying to get the ball away from inside their own half. Their job's going to be made a lot easier by a foul that has been given their way. Bukayo Saka was caught. It's been feisty from the first 5 seconds of this game. One of the Mexican players barreled into Ezri Konsa off the ball. And that element hasn't left the game at all. Even nearly 20 minutes later, Rice already in the book. Lira perhaps a little bit lucky not to join him. Pickford to take the goal kick. Here at the wonderful Azteca. Massive bowl of a stadium. England's first game here since 1986 in the World Cup defeat to Argentina. They had won against Paraguay very convincingly earlier that week with a couple of Gary Lineker goals. So they've won here at the Azteca in the past. They'll bring the ball forward here with Ezri Konsa. Gets the ball to the halfway line and stops it. Then plays it to his right for Gerald Quansah. Into the feet of Elliot Anderson. Sliding challenge. Cuts out his pass for Rice. Quinones cleverly through the midfield. Kane forced to come back and retreat and provide an extra body in midfield. England have got their shake back behind the ball. Yet to get the ball back though. And the Mexicans will fire it out towards the left for Quinones. Quinones to Morrow. And he will come forward. Getting it again on the edge of the penalty area. This is dangerous. And it was well blocked. Morrow just couldn't get himself into a shooting position. England then will get it away from down by their own corner flag. Get it towards halfway. Bellingham goes down and the referee said that he was fouled off the ball. And Montez will be spoken to. It's an angry reaction from him as well. He towers over the Australian referee. Very intimidatory in the way that he leans over Ali Reza Fagani and argues the toss with him. That is a free kick to England.
Yeah, I think we've got a super game on our hands. Two teams that are very, very well matched. Both of them not taking a backward step. Both of them want to go forward and impose themselves on the opposition. And It was definitely a foul on Bellingham on that occasion, and Montez, I'm not sure how he can argue with the referee, and disciplines might well play a big part in this over 90 or 120 minutes.
Rice, who's already walking the yellow card tightrope, lays it back for Pickford. All the boos that you can hear indicating that it is England that are in possession. Anthony Gordon coming forward towards the edge of the penalty area, showing great pace, taking on the right back and winning a corner with a sliding challenge that comes in from Montez to clear it after Gordon had beaten Sanchez.
Yeah, as I say, fantastic run by Gordon. He's taken his man on, Sanchez on the outside, and he's got him for toe. Now that should fill him with confidence. Next time he receives it, more of the same, please.
Possession 57-43 in England's favour, but all three attempts we've seen so far have come from Mexico. One of them forcing a tremendous Jordan Pickford save from a Raul Jimenez diving header. England hoping to evoke the spirit of the 2018 World Cup by doing damage from a set piece. Rice swinging this in, cross the corner of the 6-yard box, and very nearly flicked on towards Kane. It was cleared and goes out for a throw on the England left. That was a good, tantalising delivery, well dealt with in the end by the Mexican back line. Rice retrieves the ball, but underarms it. Trevor Chappell style down the touchline for Nico O'Reilly. He takes the throw and has just thrown it straight out of play for a goal kick. 21 gone, 0-0.
Well, that's two he's thrown straight out of play now. Just a misunderstanding between him and Gordon, really. Gordon's come short, he's thrown it long. Mexico just looking to play out from a goal kick here, looking to play out. Goalkeepers took his time on balls, but played straight balls through the middle of the midfield.
Montez with a long ball over the top. Ezri Konsa stretches, heads clear. Jude Bellingham able to bring the ball down in the midfield. It was slightly behind him, trying to scoop it with his right foot past Lira, who did well to recover. And Lira down towards Sanchez. And now we'll find Alvarado, the diminutive 17-year-old Mora, the second youngest player ever to play a knockout tie in the World Cup, linking things up in the midfield for Mexico. Now works it out of the left flank for Gallardo. Quinones has been kept pretty quiet so far. Referee gets a good touch of the ball there. It's going to be a drop ball to England, but only after the hydration break, midway through the first half.
I'll tell you what, some really good play there. Just looking at Quansah. Quansah's been chaperoning Quinones and just going inside. It's really important that Saka, as he's shown already, sees his man out, because if you vacate that...
It's going to be a drop ball to England, but only after the hydration break, midway through the first half.
I'll tell you what,
Which side at the moment, Thomas Tuchel has been speaking before to Nico O'Reilly. He's been furious with Nico O'Reilly, especially for that throw-in that he threw out of play, but also because he's not pushing up far enough and his positioning isn't quite right. Early on in the game, he was really unhappy with Jarell Quansah and wanted him to be pushing forward a little bit more, but as you say, I think he's been marshalling his player really, really well. Watching Thomas Tuchel at the moment, he had been writing on his leg. He's got a little notepad and he was writing on that before. He's currently speaking, I think, to Elliot Anderson. In fact, it is Elliot Anderson, and telling him the spaces that he wants him to occupy at the moment and push up a little bit more, because defensively they've been decent, England, but as the shot just came up on screen a moment ago, Mexico have had far more chances than we have, 3-0 so far, so the players are having a bit of a debrief at the moment.
Faye, just going back to that save by Pickford, it was his positional play that I admired. You know, yes, he showed athleticism and a good parry, but he was in the right place. A very tricky header from Jimenez.
I mean, the header was incredible. It was aiming for the bottom corner, as I said, but the power from Jordan, the fact that he'd marshalled everybody in front of him, he saw the danger coming, and the power on his left hand to tip that around the post was absolutely brilliant. There's a bit of a conflab going on at the moment, Stu. Mark Gahey, who is not the most demonstrative of people, is really intensely speaking with Elliot Anderson currently and telling him where he wants people to do, and they're all now crowded around Thomas Tuchel, who's on his low down, crouched down, telling them exactly what he wants, and they're intently watching him. Jude Bellingham is who I can see right now. They're all trying to work out what they want. They've got through this 20 minutes that they were worried about. They are now adapted to the altitude, and they need to push on in this next 20 minutes and try and get themselves a goal.
That's TalkSport's England correspondent Faye Carruthers with a great insight from her position behind the goal away to our right-hand side. The brief for England, that in that first 20-minute period they would recognise that statistically it is tough playing in altitude in the opening quarter of a game. Control the game in that period as best they can with possession. After that, go and win the game. So that's the brief. Now, if you set your alarm for the kickoff of this game, you might not have heard the result earlier. Erling Haaland scored twice. Norway beat Brazil by 2-1. So the winners of this play Norway in Miami on Saturday. Tomorrow on TalkSport, the Iberian Derby in Dallas. Spain hoping to make it Ronaldo's World Cup swan song. And that game kicks off at 8 p.m. England in possession inside the penalty area. Anthony Gordon with a shot from a tight angle. Looked to me and to all the Mexicans as though the ball had gone out of play for a goal kick. So it might not have counted anyway had Gordon been able to beat the keeper from there. It is 0-0. We play 26 on TalkSport.
Yeah, fantastic ball by Pickford, and that ball just flew and it caught the fullback Sanchez out.
And now as Mexico try and play one over the top of the England back line, Raul Jimenez chasing after it. And the free kick has gone against him as he was trying to lean into Ezra Konsa to get past him. It's a free kick that England had taken from the wrong place. And Mark Gahey being told by referee Fagani that he has to take it again, and takes it, I would suggest, from pretty much exactly the same place. Here's Konsa. Finding his centre-half partner again. Nico O'Reilly on the England left, chipping it forward. Anthony Gordon controls it, but as he tried to take it on the turn, he's run out of room, and it's come off him and gone out of play for a throw. So Spain-Portugal tomorrow, and then attention will turn to Washington State, co-host USA, taking on Belgium, controversially with Foreign Balogun now available. The States looking for their first quarter-final in 24 years. It kicks off at 1 a.m. tomorrow. This one at 2 o'clock kickoff your time, an hour late because of the inclement weather. But the electrical storms have long since passed. The rain is coming down, not as heavily as had been predicted at the moment. Kane in possession, in the midfield, lays it back for Declan Rice. England still without a chance worthy of the name. Hasn't been a save for Rangel to make. Bellingham's just been caught in possession in the midfield. Mexico then work it forward, play round him towards Alvarado. Coming in off the right flank is Sanchez. Mora, such an intelligent player for one so young, just drops off and laces up the midfield brilliantly. Not dissimilar to Frankie de Jong, I suppose, in the way that he plays, although he's starting to have been, he's always that little bit more advanced. England trying to bring it forward. Jude Bellingham's lost it. Runs straight into Sanchez. Sanchez then making it run down the right-hand side of the box. But Mora didn't play the pass he was anticipating. Goes out of play. Goal kick to England. 28 gone on the mighty TalkSport. It's 0-0.
Yeah, Bellingham was dispossessed in the centre circle, and all of a sudden his ego took a bit of a buffering. Then when his heckles were up, he's ended up turning the ball over and then almost tried to prove a point and overdone it and lost the ball himself.
England will play out, trying to draw the Mexican press. Bellingham, well challenged again by Sanchez. Gordon comes back, and the referee gives a throw to Mexico. Both Bellingham and Sanchez down after that challenge between them, and the referee didn't see anything wrong with it from either party. And Bellingham's back on his feet, and Sanchez is still sitting down just about a yard in front of the England technical area. Held back onto his feet now.
Tell you what, we've got a super game on our hands here. There's a bit of niggle between both sides, a bit of aggression in the challenge. Referee's just got to keep it rolling. Just let them get on with it, you know. Anything really serious, then step in. and flex your muscles. Apart from that, I think let this game flow.
Yeah, almost let them police it themselves. Montez to Vasquez. Anastasia Montez again. 72nd cap for him. He's the more experienced of the two centre-halves, although Gallardo, the left-back, has played 50 times for Mexico, more than that, well into the hundreds. Saka lets the ball run out of play. Wasn't his intention, he slipped. And Mexico have it again with Quinones coming in off the left flank. Just trying to find a little bit of space alongside Raul Jimenez. Romo also making those runs, trying to give the England centre-half something to think about. I'm sure the atmosphere will be coming across back home. It is as loud as I can ever remember in a football stadium. So intense. England doing well to deal with it. Trying to silence this vociferous Mexican crowd. The passes are going astray. Anderson unable to find Rice. It's another Mexico throw. Quinones doing really well to win it back. England dropping into a shape inside their own half as Lira plays it to Montez. Turn to the midfield. Romo, Alvarado, and the right winger at right back for a moment for Mexico. More than happy to go back inside his own half for Montez. Ole's long since out for every successful Mexican pass. Confidence running high. They've won 7 in a row coming into this game. Unbeaten in 12, of which they've won 10. They haven't conceded a goal in the World Cup so far. Spain the only other nation that can say that. Here's Mora. Trying to bustle his way through. Left-hand side of the penalty area. Declan Rice comes across and he's able to clear that. England again struggling to get it away from the edge of their own box. Quinones linking up the play. Right-footed effort. High and wide. And as soon as Jordan Pickford saw that it had gone past his goal, and it did so by some way, he immediately comes out and remonstrates again with the England defenders and midfielders in front of him.
Yeah, I tell you, I think having a real good effect for Mexico. Lira, this deep line midfield player, he's a little bit niggly. He's getting under the skin of one or two, but I tell you what, he's knitting things together. I don't think the two centre-halves can see a pass, so it's important that he, for Mexico, gets on the ball. Here he goes again. Look.
Yeah, this is his home ground as well. He plays his football for Cruz Azul. Looks $1 million at the moment. Certainly doesn't look $1 million Lira. Oh, but he did. Lira might have more work to do. As O'Reilly brings it forward. O'Reilly's just won a free kick from Mora, which England will take on the left. We've got 13 minutes plus at least 3 in this first half. Here on Talk Sport, where tomorrow afternoon, or this afternoon, should I say, in New York City, it's Andy Goldstein and Darren Bent with Drive from 4 today. That'll be followed by that Portugal-Spain game and the build-up starting at 7 your time ahead of an 8 o'clock kickoff. So Drive from New York City, Goldstein and Benty at 4 o'clock later this afternoon. England have it. Will they be reacting to a famous England victory and progression, or will it be an elimination? Pickford with one important save to keep this at 0-0 so far, but if you're just waking up, that is pretty much all you've missed amidst a flurry of shadow boxing that's been going on. It's been such an absorbing game, but only the one real concrete chance, and it's fallen Mexico's way with a Jimenez diving header that was really well saved. On the Mexican right, Sanchez lays it back for Alvarado. Alvarado scoops the ball through the midfield. And here's the impressive Lira again, wearing 6, relatively slight in stature, coming forward, engages with Harry Kane before playing it to his left-hand side for Vasquez. Vasquez in towards Quinones, and England have so far been able to keep him quiet, and plenty of credit due for that. 3 goals in his 4 games so far. They're the 8 that Mexico have scored. Well, Jimenez has got 2 of the other 5. Now Vasquez coming forward towards the edge of the penalty area, the centre half crossing it in. It's way too deep, bounces once inside the penalty area, and Gordon can make sure that it just goes over the touchline out of play for an England throw on their left with 11 to go to half-time.
Yeah, as you picked up earlier, Jim, this ball don't stop, does it? If you think you've overhit it slightly, the chasing player is not going to catch it. And for England, it's a game of concentration out of possession. There's good movement by the Mexicans. They're looking to probe, 1-2s. But we've got to get in slot and make sure there's no room for them to play those little bump passes in and around the edge of our box.
Now the midfield three have played well for Mexico. Romo and Lira linking up here. And Moore making his way towards the edge of the D. Quinones, little reverse ball. Romo tries to play a progressive pass, he can't, so he's got to turn it back for Lira. Mexico will continue to build, but from a deeper area. Alvarado and Sanchez, the two players on this near touchline, the right. That was the area that the cross came for that Jimenez diving header. And they're linking up again. Sanchez to Alvarado. Checked back by Sanchez from Montez. Thomas Tuchel still cutting a really animated figure, trying to talk 2 or 3 of the players through it. Not happy with some of the defensive combinations that he's seeing off the ball. Ball chipped over the top. Jimenez is going to chase it. Oh, Pickford came out. And if Jimenez had been able to get a little flick, it was past Pickford. But Pickford saw the ball drop into his hands and bowls it out quickly. And here come England with Declan Rice gallivanting forward. His club teammate Bukayo Saka to his right. Saka inside the penalty area. Stands up a ball and a diving header is in. And England silence the Azteca with Jude Bellingham on the score sheet. 9 minutes before half-time. England breaking so quickly. And that is what they can do. In games where they don't have as much possession, they can hit the opposition brutally. Great interplay between Rice and Saka. Delicious ball in. Bellingham's diving header. He stands, hands outstretched, takes the acclaim of a pocket of England fans. And England in the Azteca, in the goal where the hand of God did for them 40 years ago, lead by a goal to 0.
Well, I've got to say, there was a situation in our box. Mark Gahey got caught out by the movement of Raul, but I'll tell you what, you've got to give Pickford credit. He's picked the ball up nice and early, got Rice on his way. Rice has gone sort of acres with the ball, driving into the opposition's half. And then Saka, some great wing play, and stood one up to the far post. And the easiest of tasks for Bellingham. And England have rocked the Mexicans now, who've started very well in the game. But it's England who have broken the deadlock.
Third goal of this World Cup for Jude Bellingham. It's his 4th in 10 World Cup ties. England lead at the Azteca. First goal that the Mexicans have conceded in this World Cup. And now England have robbed them of possession again. They'll try and bring it forward. It's Bellingham again. And he slipped it to his right-hand side.
2-0. Again, he's on a hat-trick. Oh, TT couldn't believe it. Look how he's celebrating finally. Flex your muscles, boy. Flex them. Show them. Do not underestimate this team. I've been telling you guys, when you meet a team like Mexico, they want to play football toe-to-toe against England. England will finish them. They need another goal now. 2 goals in space of 30 seconds. 45 seconds, 2 goals. Right, I'm awake now. I'm awake. Oh my days. Here we go. Nicked it. Jacked. Yeah. They've lost their heads, mate. They've lost it. Handball. Saka did so well on that first goal. And the second one. Yo, come on, boys. Do not underestimate this team, bro. 2-0. That is mad in first half. Kane back there defending. Jude with the ball again. He nicked it. Here we go. He's the main man, bro. He's the main man. It's like... That stadium looks massive, bro. It looks scary, intimidating, everything. Yo, I'm awake now, bro. Let's go. Let me switch the lights on. Unbelievable, man. Now we get to watch proper football against Norway, right? Even better stuff to come against Norway if they go through, because they all know each other. England cannot rely on the ref or FIFA if they want to win the World Cup. They cannot rely on any of that because the FIFA or refs or VAR don't want to see England win anything. They don't want to see England win anything. So they got to score their goals, take their chances, bury them, and just do their job. Everyone just needs to do their job. Come on. Oh, 2-1. They strike back. 2-1. 2-1. 2. But now we have a game in our hands, bro. Whoa, scary hours. Scary hours. 2-1. Wow. Wow, they strike back. Let's have a look at that again. Two one. There we go. Free kick there. Free kick comes in. Not cleared. Oh, free. The guy was free. Hits it first time. 2-1. It's not over yet. We have a game here. We have a game. We have a serious game. They need to see this half through. Riley Cohn. Two one. 2-1. England need to stay compact here. They need to stay compact. Come on. Ooh. Come on, Saka, keep the ball in. We have a game, man. We have a game.
I think we've got two teams that will not take a backward step here.
But this is the MO for England because they know defensively they're not so strong with the injury problems that they've had recently. They've got to come out and attack. They will fancy their ability to be able to do that on the counter-attack against the best in the world. They've proved the ability to do that, scoring one on the counter and a second with the intensity of the Anderson press winning the ball back in the midfield. But the problem is they've also shown a defensive set. could ever wish to see. 0-0. England, far from the better side, sprung an opportunity on the counter-attack and scored. Scored again almost directly from the kick-off. And then Mexico pulled one back, and they could have had another two. And that all came in a 10-minute period leading up to half-time. It is a quite extraordinary encounter at an extraordinary stadium. Mexico 1, England 2 at half-time.
It's so perfect. There's nothing that's not perfect about it for me. A great game, great venue, great atmosphere, unreal noise, goals, meaty challenges, proper football. We've had some remarkable saves from Jordan Pickford, and Bellingham getting two, and then he saves a certain equaliser just before the break. And I think I'm going to give him a hat-trick. He's getting the match ball for me, Jude Bellingham, Stuart Pearce. What a half, or what a close to the half he has had, Jude Bellingham. 2 goals, and he saved a certain goal. Stunning stuff.
It certainly was. I mean, I can only echo, we're in an iconic stadium, and this has been an iconic match. This has been absolutely everything you want to see. We saw Argentina versus Cape Verde, which was an incredible game. But it doesn't hold a candle to what we've seen there. The intensity of both teams, the aggression of both teams, chances on each goal, both teams coming out trying to win the game. England 2 up. The response from Mexico's been quite incredible. This is a never-say-die team, and I'll tell you what, so are England. And we've got an incredible game on our hands. We've got our nose in front. We would take this scoreline all day long at half-time, but so much football to be played in the next 45+ minutes.
Yeah, absolutely incredible what's been going on the pitch in front of us. And let's talk about those England goals. I mean, Jordan Pickford, for me, there's a lot of people saying that he should be dropped, and let's bring in Dean Henderson or James Trafford. I was asked a question on Extra Time by Ben Fletcher last night. I said no, his tournament experience, yes, he's been a bit fragile, there's been some problems. He's just proved what a great goalkeeper he is. Some brilliant saves, and he's been getting us going the other way as well. He got us going for one of the goals.
Well, what I like, I'm seeing a composed performance by the goalkeeper. He's made 2 outstanding saves, but he's been very composed, and he played a big part in one of the goals, getting rid of the ball nice and quickly. They've nearly scored at one end against us. He's got the ball, he had presence of mind to free up Declan Rice, and off we go to get the second.
Yeah, Declan Rice surging forward. I've been asking for him to do that for a long while. He did it. Let's see more of that. He fed Saka on the right. He's showing Madueke what to do. If Saka has got an injury, Madueke will come on, get to your byline, take your man on, and then deliver a cross. Don't take him on again. Cross comes in, headed home by Jude Bellingham for 1-0. He's in the right place at the right time, and then 1 minute 39 seconds later, it is 2-0. You were right, great spot. Elliot Anderson winning the ball in the middle. The pass wasn't great, as you said as well, but Kane squares it. Instead of always going for goal, he squares it, and there's Jude Bellingham again. These are terrific goals from England, but they've got to keep going forward, haven't they? They've got to trust that policy of scoring more than the opposition, because we can't defend.
Well, listen, I think we've been doing okay, and you've got to give credit to the Mexicans. They've created some great chances, and probably 2 of their best chances have come from Jimenez, who's been brilliant with his head. Let's be quite honest with you. He is a handful. They put a couple of good balls into the box. He's got his head on, and one was an incredible diving header. I thought it was 1972 for a minute with that diving header. It was incredible centre-forward play, and all of a sudden our goalkeeper's pulled off a wonderful save. It is just everything you want in a football match.
Yeah, he's suddenly become Jordan Banks, hasn't he? Absolutely incredible from Pickford in nets for England. He's had probably the best first half I've ever seen him have. Nothing he could do about the goal. It's kind of ropey defending a little bit. Quinones is so clever, just hangs back. He's expecting it, and he lashes it in. Terrific finish.
Yeah, it was. As I say, England had dropped on the light, dropped back collectively together, which you've got to do. But we just didn't get the clearance away. Consa sort of more half-cocked, trying to get rid of a clearance, and he's just left it in the danger zone. I've got to say, he's finished it brilliantly, just slashed it into the roof of the net.
2-1 and more to come, but What I will say, we have to tell our listeners, we were warned, Mexico score, we're getting drenched in beer. We got drenched in beer, didn't we?
We certainly have. Lobs, who sat next to us there. I can't see him. Our engineer, he's just covered right up. Fortunately, myself and Jim had just tucked down the line slightly and just missing it.
Yeah, it's the only time he's had 6 pints and still wants more. Can cope with more.
And still standing up.
Incredible. And what an incredible first half in an incredible stadium. It's just got everything. I know it's the middle of the night where you are. Hopefully you're just lying in bed listening to Talk Sport, because this is going to be keeping you awake at night. Sensational stuff. And as it stands, England leads. They will have work to do to maintain that lead. No doubt about it, because Mexico finished the second half the stronger. England leading Mexico by 2 goals to 1 as it stands. They're in the quarterfinals of the World Cup. You're listening to World Cup Game Day Live on TalkSport, brought to you by Burger King, Burger Buddies. Iconic winners delivered in the box every time. More than now, the PK out.
I'll speak for Newcastle fans, for Villa fans, for a lot of fans whose clubs can't spend money right. Spurs have finished 17th 2 seasons in a row, right? And then teams like Aston Villa, who have just won the Europa League, are getting fined £19 million and can't spend any money. It's a joke.
They're obviously spending.
I don't care. It's a joke. Your team as well, Manchester United. Spend whenever you want. The rules are a joke. Just what's the point, mate? What's the point? The rules are terrible, though, Andy. Come on, mate. Be real now. It's that bias, mate. It's that so-called top 6 bias. Clubs like Aston Villa and Newcastle can't buy anyone. But Spurs finished 17th 2 seasons in a row and then go and spend. What's next? Who's going to go and get next?
Just mad. Listen, I don't think he quite understands what FFP stands for, because he's used Man United as an example. One of the biggest clubs in the world.
No, but I think he has got a point.
Yeah,
I think he has got a point about the fact that, and I feel for Newcastle and Villa fans, because they've got one hand tied behind their back.
Yeah.
And they can't spend the money they've got. And now he's right. Villa are getting fined.
What did they get fined? 90 mil?
It was a lot.
Yeah. But it's one of them where, but the only way.
A few chances that have bounced out off balls in, where the first clearance has gone straight to a Mexico player, right? So there's the Jimenez shot where, you know, maybe if it's not as wet as it's been, he gets a cleaner contact on that and has a better chance there. And again, I think the big part of the issue is precisely what we've been talking about, right? Which is, if you're just allowing them space to get set and play balls in, those balls are going to be much more dangerous than if those balls are under pressure. And as a result, I think they're just being able to get England defending backwards, and then as soon as you're defending backwards in those scenarios, like, all you can attempt to do is just hit the ball away. And I think that they're open from it. And again, when you talk about, you mentioned before, like, the England midfield is relying heavily on Anderson, not just because Rice is injured, but also because Bellingham doesn't track back as much. Where he's being used as a player who's running off Kane as well, right? So you've got to make sure that you're going to have to make sure that you're getting enough coverage in those areas as well. So yeah, I'm genuinely quite surprised at how poor England have been in that half.
I mean, do you see, I've been sort of joking about altitude the entire time, but do you see what you think could be any
remained very funny, though.
Thank you, sir.
It would be.
They look tired.
It would be speculating.
They look. Yeah, of course it's speculating, but like, they look sort of slow to stuff and a bit sloppy at times.
To be honest, like, it almost felt to me like they were a bit shell shocked by like how much dominance Mexico managed in that first.
Yeah.
And that's why I thought, 2 goals in quick succession. I was like, okay, this is just going to shift the momentum. But the game has gone straight back into the same momentum from before as well, which is kind of a bit surprising. But
I don't know how to take penalties.
How did I hit the?
You're getting away with it a bit, Kaya.
No.
He's really getting away with it. By the way, I'm playing as a 2-star team against his 4-star team.
Listen, I'm tired.
He's been. I'm tired as well, and I'm old. You haven't got any excuses. When I was your age, I stayed up for 7 days every day.
You're a regular gamer.
That's true, and I do normally game at this time of night as well.
We also talked a little bit about how they looked tired in their last game as well, right? So
yeah.
They've not had a huge amount of
No, but they look
recovery
tired. Tired in this game. They looked a bit like overrun in the last game, but this one, like they look decision making tired. They look fatigued.
But I think a lot of that for me comes down to the fact that they're not putting themselves in a position to dominate, and so as a result, like everything becomes much harder to achieve.
So is there any sign of the altitude then? I know you're speculating, but like you're making it sound like, to me at least, that there's just nothing there and it's all evens. We know it's not even, right?
No, it's definitely. I mean, it's probably not even from an altitude point of view, right? Because Mexico are climatized, but again, it's hard. It's hard to know. Like, it would be me speculating. But I do think that like the things that are controllable for England are definitely
and not being controlled
there.
that well. Okay.
Yeah, are definitely there. There's definite, I think, advantages they can find there. So for me, as if I was coaching England, I'd be like, these are the things we can be doing better in the next half.
Okay.
Okay. They can count themselves in like good stead that they've come out of that half in the lead. So
here's a question: What about if you could? God, I can't believe I haven't scored from that.
You're getting absolutely battered here.
Yeah, Kaya's getting battered.
Game's not over.
No.
It's not done.
Is there any shout for Kobbie Mainoo? Is there any reason why Kobbie Mainoo, in your mind, might make England better in this game, or like more secure, or I don't know? Because looks so tired.
So again, we talked a little bit about this with the Brazil-Norway game, where
Sorry, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to the game.
Where it felt a little bit like if Brazil had better players to be able to control the ball, they might have found the game a bit easier.
Yeah,
you could make the argument that Mainoo on for Rice is maybe worth it.
Yeah,
I'd be surprised just because
he hasn't played at all.
Yeah, he hasn't really done that. So you never know. It may be that he's so concerned about what he's seen that he's like, we've got to change something. But
get more people
again,
in the
for
middle,
me,
even.
The key here is having more control from the wide areas rather than in the middle. So yeah, I think what's going on there?
I think they were praising the goalkeeper, although it did look like they were attacking a member of the other team.
Yeah,
didn't it?
it's like,
a little bit it did. Kai, do you not know how to take a short free kick? Because it looks like you're just giving me the ball again.
Oh, for goodness.
Very strange, isn't it? I'm just going to waste time in this corner. Oh, there we go.
Okay.
I've simply won the game again. Can we just confirm I had a 2-star team, you had a 4-star team?
You know what, Joe?
We're both equally tired.
No excuses there. That was, I think, the worst performance I've ever put in my life.
A few days ago, you were convinced that I was cheating at all means possible. Come now.
You were.
Goodness me. I'm going to get the broadcast back on, and then I'm going to pop to the loo, lads. How about that? Yeah,
good for you, man.
Okay.
No, we don't want to watch the highlights. Right, there we go. Watching live. How long until the game kicks off again? Oh, is it back?
It is back.
Why did no one tell us?
You got to get out before that lightning strike.
Oh, they haven't. No, they haven't started. They're not back. They're not back.
Thing.
Right, I'll be back in a second.
Ooh, smoke.
Oh, it looks like a cauldron.
Miss you, John.
Look at all that. Look at that pirate smoke.
I love it.
Amazing.
One day he'll acknowledge me when I say I miss you.
What a place to play football.
Oh, unbelievable.
All right.
Someone said I got Joe burnt just when the sunburn was going away. The sunburn's not going away. It's still quite painful.
What's your pain rating at the moment?
Depends where on my body you ask. At the most painful parts.
As an aggregate.
It's only like a 6 now.
Okay. What was it on like day one?
Oh, 11.
11.
It was awful. Every time I lay down, it felt like my back was on fire. It was horrible.
Oh, God.
It was rough. Yeah. There are other stories which I've shared earlier that I think probably aren't good for
private
podcasts.
stories.
Yeah, private stories, but not ideal on that front. England players coming out of the tunnel now. That's exciting. Was there a halftime interview? I wonder. Have you seen
yes, I can actually read it to you.
Yeah,
so it was with obviously Anthony Barry.
Yeah.
Was asked frustrated ? I imagine there was more to that question. It's just been truncated. No frustration. It's a full throttle match. Every minute feels like the 90th minute. We prepared our players up until the first water break that it would be a difficult game. We would have to suffer here. Mexico always start the game fast. We expected it. We knew at the water break that 0-0 would be a good result for us, and it was. From there, we had the quality to come into the game. Our two biggest moments, and one of our biggest players scores. Jude does what he does. And then from there, it's disappointing to concede a goal from a set piece. You would like to make it to halftime at 2-0, but we never have the opponents playing well. It's a good game.
The England players coming out for the second half. Jordan Pickford goes over to the goal, away to well left. He won't have the England fans behind him in this half. He was truly sensational in that first half, and he'll probably need to be again as we get ready for the second half. This has been a stunning night already, and there could be so much more to come. As it stands, England are heading into the quarterfinals. England leading Mexico. In the Azteca by 2-1. Second half live on TalkSport with Stuart Pearce and Jim Proudfoot.
And Mexico are making a change, bringing on West Ham's Edson Alvarez to play at centre half. He's replaced Cesar Montes at half-time. Mexico in bottle green shirts, white shorts, red socks. National colours. And they're kicking from right to left in this second period, and the smoke from the fireworks has just about dissipated. Bukayo Saka back out for England. We were a little bit concerned, and not that he picked up in the last couple of minutes of stoppage time in that first period, but he is back out there. So England, Pickford in goal. Konsa, Gahey and O'Reilly. Bellingham, Anderson, Rice, Saka, Kane and Gordon. And for Mexico, Rangel in goal, Sanchez, Alvarez, Vasquez and Gallardo. Moura, Lear at Romo, Alvarado, Jimenez and Quinones. And here is Raul Jimenez again, who forced a number of good saves out of Jordan Pickford in that first half. He can't do anything with it. This time the ball's gone out of play for a goal kick. Going to be taken by Jordan Pickford away to our left-hand side. This has the makings of being an all-time World Cup classic. Great to be sharing it with you. Past 3 o'clock in the morning back home. Let's face it, you wouldn't have been able to sleep anyway. You certainly won't be able to after this with the adrenaline running. And Stuart, it's just been remarkable.
Yeah, it's been a super game, it really has. Just from a tactical point of view, I'd like to see England just feed our wide players that little bit more. Gordon's gone past his man and Saka's set up the goal, so I think feeding them a little bit more, and I think there's going to be some impact somewhere down this second half from the two auxiliary wingers as well, and I think they could be coming on to win us the game.
Your thoughts on Edson Alvarez coming on at centre-half? Not a position that West Ham fans are used to seeing him in.
Yeah, exactly. I think they brought him on. Montez weren't the greatest in possession of the ball, building up. All he could do was bumper pass in and not create a goal, and Gallardo had the presence of mind to let it go, fortunately for him.
Throw comes in, left-footed volley, hits the post from O'Reilly. England so nearly 3-1 up. Saka back for Kwanzaa. Fired in over Kane and cleared. And it'll drift over the far touchline out for an England throw, but Nico O'Reilly 4 inches away from making it 3-1 England.
Oh, it's just come to O'Reilly on the edge of the box, and he's had a decent strike at it. I think it's just got a deflection, and it's just edged it onto the post.
It can't possibly end 2-1 this game. So you feel that England need another one. Good start they made to this second half. Better possession. Saka for Kwanzaa. Kwanzaa just given a little bump by Quinones once the ball had gone. Ezri Konsa. And Mark Gahey into it. Out he goes towards Anthony Gordon. Gordon running towards the edge of the penalty area. Shuffling forward, getting a left-footed ball in, but he's drilled it at O'Reilly. Very difficult one for the England left-back to bring under control. Mexico clear it away with Lira, but this has been a really promising start. You can hear the boos and whistles from the Mexican supporters around us. They're just reflecting England's period of dominance here, where they've been able to enjoy much better possession in good areas as well. Konsa's got to make sure that he doesn't delay too long before playing it forward. Finds Saka. Saka's drilled it, really fired it back towards Pickford, who was able to control it on the right-hand side of his penalty area. Now he's hit a long one left-footed that goes over halfway. Gordon able to guide the ball back through the midfield. And out to Jude Bellingham on the England left. Bellingham with a beautiful turn. He's got past 2 and 3. And now he runs towards the edge of the penalty area. Challenge comes in to thwart him from Alvarez right on the edge of the box. Bellingham went down, wanted a penalty, hasn't got it. It's back on his feet, putting the pressure on the nearest Mexican player. Romo can lay it back to his goalkeeper and then get a return ball. And Mexico will build from the back.
Yeah, Bellingham done well, squeezed out of a tight challenge from 2 players, and then he just had no one with him, so he's took it upon himself to keep going.
Romo looking for the left-back Gallardo. Sliding challenge from Kwanzaa was a fair one. The Mexican bench are off the bench as one. Remonstrator pushing, Thomas Tuchel pushing going on between the 2 sets of management, and substitutes from both sides getting involved. Play continues on the left-hand side of the area where an England player goes down, but a real skirmish. It's a 30-man skirmish right in front of the 4th official. The Mexican bench absolutely cleared out as soon as the Mexican player went down. It was Gallardo. Didn't appear to be an awful lot wrong with the challenge. They were off. Thomas Tuchel was furious with that reaction. He came out, wasn't taking a backward step, and then it all got ugly.
Yeah, it certainly did. I think it was Barry that got involved and got pushed in that melee, but Gallardo's gone down, and then it was a fantastic, I've got to say, it's a wonderful. Tackle. He has got caught though on the follow-through, so credit to him for that. He has got caught, but what a tackle that was. But on a different day, He's looking at it,
well,
and
the
this is
VAR,
worrying.
I think he's going to get sent off for this. Gerald Quansah is the defender, and as he's come in, the still looks horrific. He's come in and tackled the ball, and he's won the ball cleanly, but the bottom of his right leg has bounced off the top of the ball that has made contact inevitable with the left leg of Gallardo. The VAR has told the referee to come over and have a look at it. We'll hear what he's got to say, but I fear this could be bad news. And I think Gerald Quansah is about to get sent off. Let's listen.
Number 26 commits a serious foul play. He received a red card.
He's off. Quansah dismissed. And England's right back curse continues. Gerald Quansah sent off. And although England have the lead, they are now down to 10 men.
Well, to be fair, Jim, when I've seen the replay of it, he's gone over the top of the ball when he's taken the player, and I don't think we can have any complaints. I really don't. England have got to just recoup now. Quansah's just walking to the sideline, and England have just got to maintain a calm edge and maybe a rejuggle here. Substitution potentially.
Second red card of his career. He had one very early on in that loan spell at Bristol Rovers where he really made his name. And now sent off at the Azteca. So England down to 10 men.
Jim, this game's had absolutely everything. And that is the last thing England needed, to go down to 10 men with the Mexicans on the front foot.
And they have a free kick, which is 15 outside the England penalty area. The ball is swung in, it's travelled a long way. Kane's come back and has been caught. And a few England players are remonstrating with the Mexicans about that as well. Kane writhing around inside the 6-yard box, his own 6-yard box, having come in and made the challenge to be able to get the ball away. And just having a look at a replay, he was having his shirt pulled, he's travelled across the near post, he's kicked it away right-footed, and he's been just caught by Gallardo, who has wrapped his left foot around him. I don't think there was too much wrong with that, truth be told.
No, there wasn't enough in that. Both players committed to go for the ball, but what I will say, that was top quality defending by Harry Kane there. He got his position right on the line, he's gone back into play, and on the half volley he's cleared it in a real dangerous area. And England have just got to settle down. Thomas Tuchel will need to chat with his coaching staff. Does he make a change now?
Well, he's got to, surely.
You would think so.
At the moment, Saka has dropped in at right back. So that's how England have reshuffled. Saka playing in Quansah's position. And an extraordinary World Cup evening, early morning for you guys back home, has now got an added layer to it. Gerald Quansah sent off, the fourth England player to be sent off in a World Cup match. 35 minutes to go. Faye Carruthers, our England correspondent, pitch side tells me that John Stones is going to be coming on, and I can now see him making his way to the edge of the technical area. So Stones will be on very shortly. You would imagine that that will put Quansah to right back, and England will play with a 4-4-1 formation of some variety. They can now make that change, and Saka is the man coming off here. Stones for Saka, who's the sacrificial lamb after Quansah's dismissal.
Yeah, the one thing this will do, it'll bring Mexico onto us. They were anyway, they're chasing the game, now they'll certainly be onto us. Really important that John Stones gets the tempo of the game very, very quickly. And all we can hope for, Jim, is that Keir Starmer gets the Quansah sending off overturned. I'm sure he will in the oncoming days, to free him up, hopefully, for a quarter-final next weekend.
Oh, definitely, without a shadow of a doubt. Not that that sort of thing ever happens. The ball played forward, flicked on by Harry Kane. How comes the goalkeeper? Could be a penalty to England. It is! Penalty to England! Kane flicking the ball on. And the run in behind him from Anthony Gordon. He got
nudged it past Rangel, wins a penalty. And England, down to 10 men, have the chance from the spot to go 3-1 up.
Well, incredible. I think they'll be just looking, making sure Harry Kane's not strayed offside slightly in his little touch on. But the pace of Gordon was magnificent. And they'll be checking this. Alvarez really poor there with his attempt, but they'll look at a potential offside for Harry Kane, and that will be tight.
Well, the offside call will be tight. The ball also hit Kane's arm, but that was unintentional. Now, if it's come off his arm and he's turned and scored, it gets disallowed. But in those circumstances, I think he'll be fine. It's clearly an accidental touch off his arm. I think it's hit his head and then flicked off his arm into Gordon's run. The Australian referee is telling all of the Mexican players around him. Remember the days when they said that only one player could come and engage with the referee? Do you remember that? Well, that's being ignored summarily here.
I've never seen so many people stood around the penalty spot of both teams, if truth be known. And it's Bellingham who's got the ball under his arm. And I wonder whether he's just going to hand it over to Harry Kane.
I'm sure he will.
Yes, he has.
Thomas Tuchel was tempest fray on the bench, absolutely furious, and he has been absolutely laying into the fourth official. Well, this is a monumental moment. And our mind goes back to the tent in the desert 4 years ago in Qatar, and a big penalty for Harry Kane in a knockout game against France that he couldn't convert. But he has the chance here to put this one away for England and give them a 3-1 lead. 2 goals up and a man down with half an hour to go. Might have taken that before a ball was kicked today. Goalkeeper Rangel is coming out. He's being told by the referee to get back on his line. And he's reluctant to do it. He's standing on the edge of the 6-yard box. I mean, all of the housery tactics are coming out here. And now he's standing almost near his post. He's showing Kane one side of the goal. Will it be a stuttering run-up from Kane? Harry, your country needs you here. You've got to put this away. Right-footed, he has! He sent the keeper the right way, but he's blasted it past him with pace. Into the bottom left-hand corner. England lead by 3-1. And the 2-goal cushion is back intact. Now can the 10 hang on?
Needed a lift, they needed something after that sending off, and almost immediately they got it. The flick on by Kane, the reading of the play by Gordon, he's taken the ball past the goalie, inducing the penalty, and then Kane just slammed it into the net. 3-1. There's still a lot of work to do to get over the line here. There's no doubt Mexico will come on. They've got nothing to lose, making the odd substitution down there to try and get their team on the front foot. The possession of the ball is absolutely key from England's point of view.
So they brought on Santi Jimenez and Gutierrez, the Guadalajara midfielder, who actually has won a couple of international caps for the United States as well. He's also come on. So Jimenez on for the youngster Mora, and Gutierrez has replaced Luis Romo. 61 on the clock. 3-1 to England. And what's the decision here? It should be a Mexican kickoff.
He's suggesting the Mexican's done something wrong at the kickoff.
But he's touched it twice. It must be. That's all it can be. And he's given an indirect free kick to England on the centre spot. I've never seen that, ever.
Just when you think you've seen everything in a game, and this game's been unbelievable, something else comes up.
And England will work it forward again. Oh, strong change. Alvarez straight into the back of Harry Kane. And it's a free kick to England. So Kane up to 6 goals in this tournament now. That penalty, absolutely crucial, because all the momentum would have been with Mexico had he not been able to put it away. But it's his 14th World Cup goal. Brilliant penalty, that. There's one against Croatia, went into the bottom right-hand corner. That one goes into the bottom left. 3-1. Loose ball in the midfield. Rice didn't know whether to stick or twist it, went past him. Now Mexico play down towards Quinones. Mexico with the numerical advantage, trailing 3-1. John Stones comes across, great first contribution from him, low 5 from Harry Kane. Ball's gone out of play for a throw. Quinones taking it short, chipped in by Lira. Out comes Pickford's punched it clear. He's got to get back quickly. Loose ball goes to the right-hand side of the penalty area. Little reverse ball in. Alvarado, they're claiming a penalty off an England arm. Nothing given, and Pickford is able to block the cross. 3-1 to the 10 men of England.
Yeah, at this moment, the Mexicans will be claiming absolutely everything. It's important that England keep a lid on their emotions, keep moving the ball, starve the Mexicans off the ball if they can, and work tirelessly as a man. This is built up, this is character building. This will serve us well if we get over the line today.
Anderson to Kane, to Rice, and out to the left, and Gordon has made his way forward here. The flag has stayed down against him. He's got there ahead of Alvarez. He was played onside by Vasquez, who was a little slow in pushing out. But Mexico have been able to deal with the threat of Gordon. They doubled up on him, one possession back, and now they will play it down to the left. That pace of Gordon on the counter is an invaluable weapon for England coming forward here, because they're not going to have that much of the ball from here on in. Quinones, good, strong blocking challenge from Anderson. And it's out for a Mexican throw. You're with Talk Sport. Jeff and Gabby on breakfast coming up at 6. Will they be reacting to one of the most famous England wins? Could well be. Jack Butland and Andros Townsend, former England internationals, amongst their guests. Gallardo's ball inside the penalty area. Sliced away by Stones. Out of play for a corner. So Jeff and Gabby coming up at 6 o'clock. And then from 4 p.m. this afternoon, up in New York City, it's Goldstein and Bendy on drive time before Portugal-Spain later tonight. And if it's a tenth as good as this, you won't be able to take your ears away from it. Mexico with their first corner of the second half. Alvarado's going to take it. Swung towards the edge of the 6-yard box and headed away. Comes back out to Alvarado again. Got himself back onside easily enough. Knocks the ball square across the edge of the penalty area for Quinones. Kane defending from the front. Quinones works it out to the right-hand side of the penalty area. High ball in. It's taking a little flick. Montes goes up for it. Was beaten. Vasquez is in there. England player goes down. A Mexican player's gone down and they want a penalty for it. Then Quinones turns into trouble and gets a free kick from Bellingham. The Mexicans are really angry. They're not at all happy with the way that the Australian team have officiated this. They're doing everything they can to get into the head of Ali Reza Fagani. They're claiming everything, as you would want your team to do, I guess, under the circumstances in which they find themselves. But they were claiming a penalty there, but nothing given.
Kane's just kicked the back of the heel as both feet were up. Referee not getting seduced by that in any way, shape or form. It's really important for me that Rice and Anderson just sit in front of those two centre-halves, make a box of 4 and keep the play in front of them.
Well, they are having a look at that incident. VAR is checking for a possible penalty. Kane on Gutierrez.
Well, he's definitely kicked his heel, but I'm not sure.
Oh, he's coming over. He's going to have a look. And Harry Kane's got his hands outstretched, protesting his innocence. But the VAR, who's Nicolas Gallo from Colombia, has called the Australian referee over to have a look at the incident. Now the ball comes down. The first passage of play that they're looking at is Kane coming up, bringing his right foot up, trying to play the ball, but he's kicked the underside of Gutierrez's foot, and I think this is going to be given as a penalty.
Well, in this cauldron, I definitely think he'll end up giving it as a penalty. Do I think it's a penalty? It's ludicrously soft. But this game, Jim, it's the game that just keeps giving.
This is going to be given as a penalty.
Well, in this cauldron, I definitely think he'll end up giving it as a penalty. Do I think it's a penalty? It's ludicrously soft.
What he's
just by the goal away to our left-hand side. He's not on the goal line at the moment. I think Kane's picked up a yellow card as well for the foul. He has. And it's his first yellow card of the tournament. Raul Jimenez is the player that is taking the responsibility here for Mexico.
This is a pressure penalty for them, because I think if he doesn't net this, it could flatten them. Come on, Jordan.
Pickford bobbing up and down on his line, trying to make the goal look as small as possible. Dancing to his left, quick step to his right. Jimenez with a curvy run. He's going to run up and hit it right-footed. The crowd will tell you he scored. Slots it into the bottom left-hand corner. The lead is back down to 1. Pickford retrieved the ball from the net. He's trying to stop the Mexicans taking it back to the centre circle. But it is 3-2 now to England, still with a numerical disadvantage. Gerald Quansah sent off, and in 30 minutes of knockout football, we've seen England hit the post, score 3, concede 2, have a player sent off. 2 remarkable saves from Jordan Pickford. It is one of the most stunning World Cup games of all time. But if you've got some emotional investment in it, you're biting your fingernails down to the quick. 3-2 to England. Ball played forward. Kane controls it. Gordon trying to wriggle his way through inside the box. And then it'll be cleared again. O'Reilly in with a strong challenge. Play goes on. Kane brought down. Referee waves him back to his feet. 2 England players down hurt at the moment. Now play will stop, so that the man stricken over on the far touchline thinks O'Reilly is going to be able to receive whatever treatment is necessary. We've got 20 minutes to go. There'll be a lot of stoppage time to be added. It's 3-2 to England, and you kind of sense, for the fact that it's been a remarkable game, we barely even got started yet.
Yeah, O'Reilly's just got 6 of the best in his face. Both players went down, nothing in it in any way, but he's just taken studs to the face. He's still flat out. He'll be okay. Jimenez held his nerve there. Pickford doing his best to unnerve him. He's gone the right way, I've got to say, but left himself too much to do.
Well, the cards are mounting up for England, because Mark Gahey has been booked, and I must confess I didn't see what that was for. Now a Mexican player is shown a yellow card. Yeah, he's pointing to his mouth, saying that he's been struck, and has waved an imaginary yellow card. What's going on there, Stu?
Yeah, I think exactly that. He's suggesting that he's been elbowed by O'Reilly, I think. But listen, I just wish the players would just settle down and stop trying to kidology. It's hydration break now, and it's probably, I don't know, I wouldn't call this a hydration break. This is time out for both players, both sets of players. And Tuchel's got to earn his money down there now. He really has.
Let's go pitch side and speak to Faker others. Nico O'Reilly just shown a yellow card as he makes his way over to get some more instruction from Thomas Tuchel and co. Faye, it's just remarkable.
I mean, I literally don't know which way to look, Jim, half the time, because there's stuff going off the ball repeatedly in different areas of the pitch, just over there. And the referee, I also did not see what Mark Gahey got the yellow card for, but Nico O'Reilly just being given the yellow card a second ago, he was saying and showing the England staff, well, he hit me first, he got me in the face. And what they need right now is really cool heads, and Thomas Tuchel has them round in a huddle, and he's trying to get them calmed down whilst giving them instruction as to what to do, because the Mexican players know exactly what they are trying to do. They are trying to rile and get under the skin. They're even managing to get under Harry Kane's skin. That does not happen very often. He went over there with that Nico O'Reilly incident to try and say what happened there, and they were baiting him. So they need to be really careful, especially because he's also on a yellow card.
Yeah, that's a great point. I mean, Kane can't get himself sent off, having received the yellow card for giving the penalty away, Stu. He's got to make sure that he's not deemed to be diving. or for any retribution, get himself involved in anything that ends up being a yellow card to a player from both sides, and Kane, as a result of that, gets a second yellow and gets sent off.
Your unlimited support deserves unlimited data. Watch every game this summer with unlimited data for only £14 a month. Gift Gaff.
For 10 men.
Yeah, I think whenever you come to this part of the world, you're up for a stern test, both physically and mentally. And England certainly are going through that at present. If they can come through this and get out the other side, the power that would do to this team in belief would be incredible. I don't know whether is that Dan Burn I'm seeing back there?
Yeah.
About to come on. The substitutions have got to be right. Spence as well, stripped off, ready to go. And England, well, what are the substitutions?
Well, what are you thinking, that they'll go to a 5 here?
Well, it probably looks like it, but that will bring the Mexicans onto us even more. I almost think that it might even bizarrely be a game for Rashford, that counter-attack pace and threat to come on and just stay up the pitch while let the others defend.
So Spence is on for O'Reilly, and he's going to come on at left back, and you can understand the logic behind taking O'Reilly off. Youngest man in the team, most inexperienced, and as a consequence, on a yellow card, they've decided to take him off and replace him with Jed Spence. Elliot Anderson makes way for Dan Burn. So it is going to be a 5, with the counter-attacking threat of at the pace of Anthony Gordon, and we'll see when Marcus Rashford makes his entrance. So Burn comes on and will play on the left of the 3 centre-halves. Gahey at the moment in the middle, with Stones on the right of them, Konsa at right back, and it's a 5-3-1 for England as we restart 15 minutes plus probably already 7. There's a long way to go for England to hold on here. 3-2 up in a World Cup classic, but England down to 10 men after Konsa's red card. Gallardo plays the ball back towards Gutierrez. Incidentally, the Gahey yellow card was for dissent. Lira had a very impressive first half. Down towards Gallardo. Gallardo for Raul Jimenez. The Wolves man clipping it right-footed across the edge of the penalty area. It's brought down but whacked away by Jed Spence. Getting it to halfway, and England will push out.
I think these substitutions now, I would say it's a bit of a gamble, but he's almost gone, we're playing attack v defence now. We're just going to sit in here and we're going to say we've got enough in here, limiting the spaces. We've got the physical power now of Dan Burn in there to hopefully deal with Jimenez.
Oh, another ball comes in, and Burn and Pickford both go for the same one. Burn was able to get it away.
But what this does, Jim, it makes, we've got no out at the moment, you know. He's left Gordon on the pitch as that outlet. He's left Kane on to hold it up and hopefully free him up.
Gallardo's ball inside the penalty area. Kane flicks it back inside his own penalty area deliberately for England to be able to clear. Again, they hammer it away, but inevitably it's going to come straight back. And you can kind of understand the logic behind Thomas Tuchel's thinking, but this feels like a risky game in the first minute that we've seen of it since the hydration break. 5-3-1, and England are getting hemmed in, and they are on the ropes. Gallardo for the Mexicans as they look for an equaliser. Ball played inside the box. England should be able to get it away. Gordon's got time to take a touch, hammers it away straight through to the goalkeeper Rangel. And the way things are going, it's passage of play after passage of play for Mexico, attacking the England back line. And England, you feel, just won't be able to withstand this for long enough. Another ball high inside the penalty area. Konsa heads it away. It's going to be a properly famous victory for England. They can see this through from here. Quinones outside the penalty area. He's laid it back now for the centre-half Vasquez. Edson Alvarez to his right-hand side for Lira. Another ball chipped in. They've worked it wide to the left-hand side of the area for Brian Gutierrez. Works the angle for a shot. Great block, Ezri Konsa, who's playing it right back in the fight. So England have got 4 centre-halves on the field. Another ball in from Gutierrez. Nice shape on that. Diving header away was brilliant from Burn. And he's got it to halfway.
England again push forward, trying to condense the play in the midfield, and again it's going to come back.
Thomas Tuchel is just suggesting we've got 5 at the back now. Your wing backs don't have to be so tucked in, because if you do, the wide players get it too comfortably.
They certainly are at the moment. Gallardo, high ball inside the penalty area, good defensive header away from Spence. It's a Mexico corner. 3-2 to England, they're down to 10 men. The lead is decidedly precarious. Mexico, before the corner is taken, are going to be making another change. Fidalgo will come on for them.
Concer here, just in this right back position, just stretching off, got cramp at the moment, and he's got to just grit his teeth and get through this for the team. We don't need another change.
So they're bringing on a central midfielder, Fidalgo, for a full-back Sanchez. So Mexico changing their shape. They simply don't need to have 4 at the back anymore. They can make do with 2. In comes this corner. And Pickford, did he get fingers on that? He did. So it's going to be another corner, this one on the left. And the clock is ticking now so slowly. 11 plus loads of stoppage time to go.
Yeah, just give clarity to Tuchel's information there. He's basically saying to his 2 wing-backs, don't narrow in and get too tight. You're not full-backs anymore. You can afford to give a little bit of width. Otherwise, the ball will keep going to wide areas, and the wide players will get the ball out of their feet and keep tonking it in the box.
Gutierrez worked the corner short for Alvarado. And he wins yet another corner. Should be taken again in front of us on the Mexican left. And now does the referee blow his whistle. Alvarado gives the signal. It's going to be a left-footed away swing. There's plenty of pulling and shoving going on. And there was the first contact from the Mexican player, but all he's done is flicked it on. And out of play for an England throw. That was very dangerous, and England survive it.
Yeah,
Alvarez.
It was Alvarez. He climbed really well, I've got to say. A gilt-edged chance he's got just behind Gahey, who's lost him. And I tell you what, it's not easy to score. I mean, we've got our hearts in our mouths here because we're supporting England. But the bottom line is, if it was us trying to get a goal, you would think there's no room. There is literally no room and no space.
10 minutes to go. Mexico 2, England 3. Doesn't begin to tell the story. Mexicans with Fidalgo play it out of the right-hand side. It is just attack against defence with England down to 10. Right-footed ball worked inside the penalty area, should be easily cleared. It is by Bellingham, but doesn't take a touch when perhaps, and it's very easy from up here. He had time to do so. He just hammers it away. Another change. Quinones comes off, and they're bringing another striker on to replace him, Guillermo Martinez, who started against the Czechs. He has never scored a competitive goal for Mexico. Might fancy his chances here. Fidalgo down to the Mexican left. Gets it back. Fidalgo back outside the penalty area. They've pretty much only got 1 defender playing now, Mexico. Fidalgo curving the ball inside the area. Left-footed volley goes over the bar. Pickford at full stretch. Probably sensed that he had that one covered. Wasn't met particularly cleanly. It's a goal kick to England, in no hurry to take it with 81 gone.
Yeah, got really fortunate there. He's tried to help it on first time. If he'd have took a touch, I think the half volley hitch kick would have been on. And England need to get us up the pitch and put our foot on it and attempt to play our way up the pitch if humanly possible.
Pickford whacking it forward long. Kane goes up for it. He's contrived a situation where 2 Mexican players have collided with each other, but the ball went straight through to the goalkeeper. Rangel bowls it out quickly. 4 from him to Vasquez. Vasquez to Gallardo. And it comes through the midfield now for Lima. Lima's ball out to the Mexican right. 8 minutes to go. 3-2 to England. Pickford can catch that one and collapses onto the floor in making the save. The 8 seconds will start. Bowls it out here for Dan Burn on his World Cup debut. What a situation to just be brought into. Spence to Rice, back for Burn. It's the first time for probably 10 minutes that England have strung 4 passes together. They couldn't make it 5 as the ball goes way over the head of Kane.
He hung his head in disappointment and now drops back to aid the defensive cause. Because Gallardo's on the front foot again. Another ball through the penalty area. He's taking a touch. Sliding challenge was a good one. Had to be. Spence got his body in the way. And England clear. Alvarez runs round it. Picks it up inside his own half.
Yeah, England have got to try and clear that box if they can, because this ball is just being horseshoed, recycled into wide areas and tossed in the box.
Gallardo again for the Mexicans. Consa blocks the cross, goes out of play. It's another corner to Mexico. Pickford comes out and has a word with the referee. So too Harry Kane. Well, they're claiming that that wasn't a corner. When it comes down to it, it will be checked by the VAR. But he couldn't get through. Consa battling with Raul Jimenez, wins a free kick. And that shrill blast of the referee's whistle is music to England's ears. They are in a proper fight here. It would be an epic victory. They led 2-0. They would have sensed at that stage after 2 goals in less than 2 minutes that this was going to be their night. I think we all did. Mexico's comeback was admirable. Got it back to 2-1, then Quansah was sent off, then England scored. Kane put in the penalty away, then conceding one of his own. Jimenez converted that, and that's where we stand now. 10-man England, 3-2 up, and we've got 5.5 plus probably 7 to be added. Declan Rice chips the ball forward into the Mexican penalty area where the ball has hardly been. Mexico will be able to clear. Picked up again well by Bellingham. Bellingham maintaining possession. Works it to his left-hand side for Jed Spence. Oh, Spence just put too much on the ball for Kane as he tried to feather it inside the penalty area for his captain's run. And goalkeeper Rangel bowls it out quickly. Gallardo side-footing it through the midfield. Alvarez out of the Mexican right. England's back 5 getting back in position. It's swung inside the penalty area. It was a Mexican player hauled to the ground. That's the claim. Play goes on. Rice brings it away. He's poked it back. Gahey just chips it out of harm's way. And again, it's going to go through for Rangel, the Mexican goalkeeper. Did they have a case, Stu, do you think? Was there a pull of the shirt? I don't know whether you've seen a replay or not.
Too many bodies. I've not seen a replay at the moment. Far too many bodies in there to suggest there was. And all they're doing is just tossing it in the box and hoping something will fall to them, the Mexicans, at the moment.
Another ball inside the penalty area. Out comes Pickford, punches it clear. Got to get back on your feet, Jordan. And he's done that. It's knocked square to the left-hand side again. Fidalgo's been heavily involved since he's come on. And he curves the ball down to the Mexican right. Back for Alvarez. Right-footed ball in from him. Brought down. Jimenez couldn't turn. Well defended by Stones. And the offside flag is up anyway. And England are in the 87th minute with this most precarious lead.
Just having a look at what the referees... That was absolutely outstanding defending by Gahey, I think. Really good defending. He's just got his feet around and hooked it away from a danger zone. We've got to make sure we don't drop on into the 6-yard box and deeper. Keep the line up. When we do get a foot on the ball, play up the pitch. Easier said than done.
Well, England have done well to run a good 30-40 seconds off the clock before taking this free kick. Tension emanating around the Azteca. England getting closer and closer, but very slowly. Rice has took the ball forward over his shoulder. Rangel picks it up, bowls it out. Edson Alvarez brings it forward. England's back 5 looking around, making sure that they've got their distances between them right. Mexico almost level the edge of the England penalty area. The ball comes in. Stones can knock it away. Header then from Consa. Turned forward by Bellingham. It's all hands to the defensive pump here for England. Comes out for Alvarez, who sauntered towards goal but thought better of a shot. The Mexicans pick it up. Still over on the right-hand side, level now with the edge of the England penalty area. Spence doing everything he can to try and stop Alvarado getting the ball in. They're doubling it up. It's cannon back off Gordon. Brought down by Lira to Alvarado again. Ball clipped inside the penalty area. Diving header away from Dan Burn.
First touch gets it for Fidalgo. Good challenge on him from Bellingham. England then trying to bring it away. No foul by Kane or on Kane. And play goes on. Down for Gallardo. Chipped inside the England penalty area once more. Another good header away from Gahey. Off the top of Gordon's head and out of play for a throw. I can't imagine how you're feeling back home, or in factories, or on the road, listening to this. The lead, precarious with a capital P. Fidalgo, straight at Pickford, got his body behind it, just spilled it for a moment, but then is able to pick it up from Martinez, and England in the 89th minute, and are going to be making a change with Morgan Rogers poised to come on.
Yeah, I think they're trying to freshen up the midfield. I'm probably at a guess, and who knows, Gordon, I would think.
Oh, that's a shove on contact as he misjudged the bounce of the ball and got caught underneath it. Raul Jimenez made contact with him, and England get a free kick just inside Mexico's half. Morgan Rogers is going to be coming on. Harry Kane is coming off.
Yeah, as I say, it might just give us a bit of legs up there if we can get hold of the ball in any way, shape or form.
Kane off. At the moment, he's the match winner. At the moment. Morgan Rogers on. Bellingham will play as the striker. 15 seconds to go. The fourth official is Jalal Jayad. He's got the numbers board ready. I can't imagine it could possibly be less than 8, but we'll find out in a moment. Mexico will bring the ball up the right-hand touchline, and they've won a free kick. And all eyes on the... Oh, it's 11 added minutes.
That is ridiculous.
Where have they got 11 from?
Well, another astounding thing that's come out of this match. You can't judge anything. There's nothing you can predict in this game, including those 11 minutes. The only thing you can put your hat on, well done, Jordan Pickford. The only thing you can put your hat on is at full time, Jim, there'll be a skirmish between both sets of players and the bench.
Oh, yes. Pickford. Long goal kick. Almost like a rugby union kick for touch. He's put it out of play down by the opposition corner flag. Mexico taking a throw in a deep position. So 10 minutes of added time left to play. England 3-2 up.
I think I'd have been tempted to put Rashford on instead of Rodgers, you know, and just leave him up the pitch and say, look, we're going to hook everything clear. You've got to get on the end of it.
This is a long last 10 minutes on a sense that we will never forget, and whatever happens, the potential for heartbreak or euphoria. England have got another corner to defend as Gallardo hits an across that's come back off Ezri Konsa. Mexico attacking the end of the ground where England were undone on their last visit by the cheating and then brilliance of Diego Maradona. In comes this latest Mexican corner. Pickford's come a long way out and has done well. It's back on his feet, having punched it clear. Comes out for Fidalgo again. So much going through him as he sits deep in midfield. Cross comes in from Gutierrez, overhit and out of play for a goal kick. And there are 9 minutes to go. 3-2 to the 10 men of England.
I've got to say, Pickford has been magnificent coming for the odd cross. I think he's come for free now to help his back line out and got really solid punches on him. Couple that with a couple of saves in the first half as well.
Boos are encouraging to take this goal kick, which he now does. It's flicked on by Bellingham, who is furious that his close friend and teammate Morgan Rogers wasn't in a more advanced position. Straight out of play for a Mexican throw.
Yeah, he's got to, whoever's the furthest man up the pitch has got to attempt to hold the ball rather than flick it on, because there is nothing to flick on to.
Spencer's nutmegged.
And England get it away with Gordon. Gordon playing it forward. Awkward control from Bellingham, but legitimate. He's seen the goalkeeper off his line and has tried his luck from 60 yards. It was on target, but easily caught by Rangel, who bowls it out again for Fidalgo to bring it forward. And there are 8 minutes to go for England to hold on. Once the player sent off for a challenge. He was very unfortunate, but I think the decision was correct, as his foot making a challenge bounced off his leg bounced off the top of the ball. Here's Gallardo, and that's another wasted ball in the England penalty area. Straight out of play for a goal kick. Now, that Quansah red card, if you're just joining us, as he made the challenge, won the ball cleanly, but then his leg bounced off the top of the ball, and his studs made contact with Gallardo, who went down, and Quansah was dismissed on the advice of the VAR. Subsequently, the 15 minutes after that, both sides scored a penalty. England lead it 3-2. Pickford getting the ball forward. Jude Bellingham, who scored the first 2 England goals, flicking the ball on. It's gone out of play for a throw. If you're just waking up now, you have missed an extraordinary game. One of the most talked about England World Cup games in their history. And who will be going through to play Norway, who beat Brazil earlier? Fidalgo, out of the Mexican right. They're level with the edge of the penalty area as again they work it forward. Lima to Fidalgo. Another left-footed ball swung in. Leave it. They have done. Pickford gave the shout to Stones, and it's gone past everybody. And it's a goal kick. And there are 6 to go.
Yeah, good goalkeeping there. He started to come, and I'll tell you what, he's had a really good shout from his teammate John Stones there. Just ducked under the ball, and it was probably from Pickford. This is the composure you want from a goalkeeper with the caps that he's got at this stage of the game.
Well, I don't think that they would have heard my inadvertent defensive advice for them to leave it, but they did, and that was all that mattered.
We've all got to play our part at this stage, Jim.
Oh, I'll claim it. Listen, if we win, I'm claiming it. Mexico bring it forward. With Gallardo. Gallardo to Fidalgo. Another ball in from him, chested down the edge of the area. Great defensive play by Dan Burn as Jimenez unleashed an overhead kick from the edge of the D. Burn saw him coming, very bravely pushed out, got in the way. He could have got his teeth knocked out there. He did brilliantly. Really brave defending from Dan Burn.
I think you'll think that Dan Burn will think it was worth losing all his teeth to stop that one. Brilliant defending.
5 to go. Gallardo, Alvarez, great block again. That time it was Rice that threw himself in the way. One number 4 blocking the effort of another. And he waves everybody forward. Here's Alvarez once more. You're with Talk Sport. One of the greatest World Cup games ever. It's had everything and more. Just hope it hasn't got a sting in the tail from an England perspective. 5 to go. England, a goal up and a man down. Alvarado, out on the Mexican right. Dangerous, the number 25, but he's been well marshalled there by Gordon. That stopped him getting across, and he has been able to find a teammate in Hidalgo. Long right-footed crossfield ball comes down for Gallardo on the Mexican left. Gallardo, left-hand side of the penalty. Cross takes a deflection. Snapshot goes over the bar. And England are edging, inching, ever closer.
Yeah, they certainly are. As I say, it was a good ball in there. About waist height. Jimenez has just rotated his body and tried to get it on target and guide it with pace. Just too high.
We're in the 98th minute of this epic contest. Rodgers winning a throw. Quansah will take it. Javier Aguirre is complaining that England are delaying a little bit too long and that the throw should have been turned over and given to Mexico. It wasn't. He's thrown it down the line. Bellingham trying to take it down towards the corner flag. It's not really well. He's won another throw, and he's just trying to urge the England fans to cheer them over the line here. 3 to go. And England in no hurry to take this throw. They're claiming that they're trying to set things up and inside the penalty area, and that's why they don't have to adhere to an instant 5 seconds. Yellow card was shown to one of the England substitutes there.
Jordan Henderson, I think.
England trying to win a corner. Gutierrez knocking it away. Byrne leaves it. Gahey will play it back to his goalkeeper. Pickford dresses the ball, slams it forward, left-footed. Vasquez, the Mexican defender, has been shown a yellow card as well. Goalkeeper for Mexico, Rangel, bowling it out. 2.5 to go. 3-2 to England. Mexicans play it forward. They got around the back of Jed Spence. Good recovery challenge, but he's had to put it out of play on the slide for a corner. Corner that will be taken on the Mexican right. England have got a player down hurt, I think.
No.
Oh, it's a Mexican player that is
yeah,
down hurt. He's rolled over the dead ball line so that they can restart play as quickly as possible, showing that he doesn't need treatment.
He's rolled his ankle there. Just looked at the replay of that. It was quite a nasty one as well. And I wonder whether he'll play any part in this game. 10 for 10 now.
In comes the corner to the edge of the 6-yard box. He's taking a touch. Pickford catches it. And then again throws himself to the floor. And the stricken Mexican player still hasn't received any treatment. He's rolled off the playing surface so that they can restart play with that corner.
I take it their subs are used because I'm not seeing on what I saw with him rolling that ankle, him coming back on again.
Who knows? Just can't keep up with it. I think they are. Mexico in possession. They'll make it 90 seconds left. What time will they add on at the end of the 11 minutes? 10 against 10 just for a moment with the injured Mexican player now receiving treatment. Dan Byrne clears his lines, gets it forward towards halfway. Vasquez will run round it, the Mexican centre half, and side-foot it forward. And we're in the 11th of the 11 minutes. Gallardo square to his right-hand side. Ball in past Jed Spence, coming in round the back. Raul Jimenez has headed it down, and England are able to hook it away again with Ezri Konsa. Mexico pick it up in the centre circle, but it's not a great touch. Bellingham chases after it, can't win it. They'll bring it forward one last time. Lira, square to his right-hand side for Gutierrez. 30 yards out. Fidalgo doesn't put a shot in. He's worked it out to his right-hand side. Now he gets it back. Chance to deliver. England trying to push everybody out and get Mexico offside. There's no ball coming in. England have cleared their penalty area. Now they're forced to drop deep. It will come in. From Alvarado, heads go up for it. He should be cleared. Oh, it was nearly put in for an own goal. It's gone out of play for a corner. England survived it with Stones on the stretch. Steered it away. Almost kissed the outside of the post. The 11 minutes are up. Forward comes the Mexican goalkeeper, Raul Rangel, for this corner. And if England can repel it, they might have won. In it comes from Alvarado, sent in deep, off an England head. Right-footed volley back in and cleared by Gahey. Right-footed again comes in, deflects off an England player and goes out for a corner. And there will be time to take it. And Alvarado will sprint across to the right.
I'll tell you what, Tuchel's done the right thing bringing Big Dan Byrne on, because he is throwing himself at absolutely everything in that box. So is every player in a white shirt. Wonderful rear guard action.
In comes the corner, it's an in-swinger. Pickford punches it away. Referee, blow your whistle. He has! England have won! They've laid bare the curse of the Azteca. The scene of one of the most devastating defeats in England history, and the matter of it with the hand of God. And they've responded with one of the greatest victories they've ever had in the World Cup against a Mexico side who played for 40 minutes with a numerical advantage. A Mexico side who've only lost 2 out of 88 competitive games here, who had the home advantage with altitude, and England have beaten them by 3 goals to 2. Jude Bellingham
2. Harry Kane, the captain, with a match-winning penalty. And England, after Jarrell Quansah was sent off, hung on and hung on and somehow got over the line. It was a game that was delayed. It was worth the wait and more. Nobody here will ever forget it. The England players, the England fans, the England coaching staff. It was a day where they came of age. It is a sensational victory against all the odds in the last 40 minutes. That.
But they've done it. They've done it. You can't take this away from them. Jude Bellingham again. Rises to the occasion. Rose to the occasion. Jude Bellingham. They can't touch him. They can't get anywhere near Jude Bellingham. Harry Kane, absolute captain of a guy. Brilliant. Oh, that red card tried to win. Wow. And this is what Pickford is still number 1. Wow. Whew.
And you know what that was? That was proper.
Could be still not any minute, but you know, it's all about the team, bro.
Passion, graft, hard work.
They give everything. They give everything. They put everything into this game. I can't complain, man. This is brilliant. They need to enjoy this and get out of Mexico ASAP. They need to leave Mexico. The altitude looks. It took out on Jude in the final couple of minutes. Jude couldn't even move. Yeah, no, but Mexico's been the greatest host ever. Better than America. You know, they've been the best host. Come on, go enjoy it. Go enjoy your win, guys. Go enjoy it.
It's just one of those glorious moments in your life that will stay with you forever. The night England held
Ball knowledge is free, bro. Ball knowledge is free. It shouldn't take you much. When people are shouting at them for not winning 3, 4, 5, 6-0, like, you know, the French team or the Portuguese team or other teams to really do it. It's mad. Look at all those photographers, man. Let the guys enjoy their win. Ball knowledge is free. People are doubting them. People are doubting this team. You know, chopping and changing. Just let the manager or the coach do his job. They were doubting these guys, man. But damn, I hope the press give them their flowers, man. The papers tomorrow, or this morning, not tomorrow, this morning. I can't believe I'm still up. Oh my days. It's worth it. Absolutely worth it. Every moment, every minute.
Jude Bellingham, sensational. Stayed on for the whole thing. Meantime, other half of the pitch, Mexico players need consoling. Arms around each other, cuddling each other. They've been done by Thomas Tuchel's New England.
Yo, look at those cameras,
How far
man.
can they go? Well, they've got Erling Haaland to deal with in Miami on Saturday.
I'm gonna have to sleep this afternoon.
Right back crisis. It's a full-blown crisis at right back now. After another one was sent off.
Go and like the rest of the videos. I've posted the goals. You can check all the goals. I've shared all the goals, including the red card. Yeah, go check them out. Go check them out, please. Subscribe and like for the rest of the World Cup. We'll be staying up all night to watch England play, no matter the time, no matter the hour. We'll be here. Subscribe and like the videos. Hit that notification button. But I've posted all the goals. Go check them out on shots. I've got them all the 5 goals in real time. But what a game! This is what I mean. This is how you lose a game. You know, I've got so much respect for Mexico than that other South American team. I don't even want to say the name because they were absolute dogs on the pitch last night. They behaved like absolute mobsters. They went after the French team. They tried to intimidate them. But Mexico, they played football. They scored. Unfortunately, England were just superior. You know, and you can see why the Premier League and the guys that have gone abroad to play abroad, the difference they're making in this competition, right? Because the hot weather, Jude, you know, is used to the hot weather. A lot of them are used to the hot weather now. And the Premier League, the physicality of it, Gordon, you can see, put up with it. The back five, the back six, whichever way you want to call it, they all handle the intensity, the physicality from the Mexican players. So that's the difference between the Premier League, you know. But wow, respect to Mexico, man. Shout out to Mexico, every Mexico fan, player out there and their fans. We can't talk about the other team though. The other South American team, they are absolute rubbish.
But that was probably, for excitement, the best game this World Cup has ever seen. And England, I think,
I'm never going to sleep now. I'm just going to stay up. I'm going to stay awake. No point going to bed.
We've got guts and collectively, you never know.
This is their biggest test. You know, I thought they are Congo or Ghana was the biggest test. But actually, this was the biggest test because these guys wanted to play football whilst they are Congo, even though they played a bit of football, they were still playing a low block. And Ghana completely went for a low block. Absolutely. One of the most useless teams that came to this World Cup, Ghana. DR Congo play better than Ghana. Now, Mexico tonight, they just play football because they love football. And their fans will not regret every one of them. They will celebrate them. I'm going to drink coffee. I'm not going to sleep now. I'm not going to sleep, definitely not.
To get an incredible performance, eh?
A commitment, a physical commitment as well. I mean, the Dan Burn block when a shot was about to be rifled in on the edge of the box. I mean, that could have taken his eye out. I mean, he could have done some serious damage there, couldn't he? Listen, there's an incident going on at the end where the England fans are, right next to the goal. I think the England players all around there, they're rushing around there. I thought at first there might be some sort of altercation, but it looks like there's some sort of medical incident. And a stretcher is being taken over there, and it's being dealt with. Just hoping everything is going to be okay.
Everything, man.
With
Everything. Are you asking? You don't even ask a question like that. They managed the game. They fought for every ball. They fought for the badge. They fought for the flag. You know.
Shooing the cameras away, and the spider cam, believe it or not, as well. So something quite serious has gone on over there, I believe.
Listen, there's still some hugging going on among the England players, so I'm hoping that isn't too awful down there. It doesn't look great with the stretcher going over there, but we will try and find out exactly what it is. Jim Crawford, what do you know?
Pickford was great. Pickford was great. I can't lie. You know, Tredeni, oh my god. Tredeni has been slagging him off so many. Since the World Cup started, Tredeni has been slagging Pickford off. He's been slagging him off.
Result and performance that can give England fans believe, England players believe, the whole England setup believe. Do you think that's how they celebrated? And do you have belief?
Quite serious.
Yeah, I do. We've been waiting for them because I said I think they probably only had, before today's game, had one good half against Croatia in the second half. And they've had their moments and pieces of brilliance.
They've been misjudged, they've been even the people that play the game, the way they spoke about this England team is just ridiculous, man.
There's been so much talk about the altitude and everything else that the players had to deal with, and they've dealt with that, and they've dealt with other knockbacks as well. But this was a standout performance. This is a performance that can carry them forward and can give them belief in the hope that they can achieve something in this competition.
And Norway next, Alan.
Yes, and Norway next. Yeah, absolutely. We caught bits of that game when we're on the way to the stadium today, and that big man up front again in these scores and scoring goals, and it looks as if it'll be a shootout between Kane and Haaland.
Alan, thank you very much.
Big test.
Thank you. Enjoy the rest of the evening at the Azteca. We're into the early hours of the morning here. Everybody who's stayed up to watch this game, who wanted England to win it, will be delighted with what they've seen, delighted with the result that England have. It is Norway up next for England. We will start to look ahead a little bit more. But England made their life very difficult at the start of that second half when they went down to 10 men. And so often there is a scapegoat when England exit tournaments. And this time around, it felt like it might be Jarell Quansah.
Yeah, and the staff being in the situation he's been in, and it's not easy. It's not an easy situation for him. It is a red card. It's reckless and it's high. So it's a red card. But I feel for him because knowing what he's going through in that dressing room as the game's going on, it's such a horrible feeling. You think luckily for me we went out, but he hopefully has got another chance in this World Cup. But yeah, it's not a nice feeling, and thankfully his teammates have helped him get through that sticky situation for him.
We're going to hear now from Harry Kane. He's with Kelly Summers.
Well, Harry, huge congratulations. What a contest, what a win. But I just firstly wanted to ask you, what's happened over there by the England goal? Because there looks to be some concern.
Yeah, Jordan.
He's lost his voice.
Hendo just fell over there. I think it's okay. Just sorry to do his job.
Okay, well, as for the performance, I think it says it all the fact that your voice has gone. That was some contest to watch. What on earth was it like to play in?
Yeah, it was a crazy game. We had to fight. We had to find something. Yeah, I've just been sitting there. I can't really talk. Yeah, what? All the occasion, the team, everything against us. We found a way.
I was going to say, is that what pleases you the most, the resilience today? Because even your penalty, a word on that as well, not the one you scored, the one you conceded. What did you make of that?
Yeah, I thought I got to the ball first. It was one of those days that the ref gave a lot against us. And in the end, it didn't matter. So, yeah, I'm happy.
I'm going to try one more question if your voice holds out. What can this do for England going forward? You've got a quarter-final in Miami against Norway to look forward to. What can the England fans look forward to now?
Well, just look out here. Incredible. Unbelievable support. Speechless. I can't even talk. So.
He's lost his voice. Keenan's lost his voice, bro.
He
lost his voice.
The thing is, this
That's
has
the
been
new meme.
by the three of you, by Guy Mowbray on commentary, as one of the great England performances, one of the great England results. And the captain's interview afterwards is going to go down.
But that sums it up. That sums up the absolute madness that's ensued over the last couple of hours. And what a man who's left it all on the line. That's a sign of someone who's a leader who's lived and breathed every single minute. I'm going to have to hold it together here. Altitude did affect him in the end.
Yeah, well.
No, we all bend over, okay.
Yeah. Well, look, that's the other point.
That's the best interview I've ever seen.
Listen, you're right. It was thoroughly entertaining from
Wow.
Harry Kane. What he
Harry
did
Kane lost
start
his voice.
by talking
Right.
about, though,
I want to
was
hear what
Jordan
T.T.
Henderson.
Scott said
He
before I
says
switch this off.
he's absolutely fine, but he did fall over the advertising hoardings. That's what we think has happened, and it looked like
Is
he was
that
getting some
Pickford?
oxygen as he was being stretchered off the pitch. So we'll get an update on that. Harry Kane was saying he isn't too concerned at the moment about that injury, but obviously Harry Kane in the middle of absolute delight after that victory for England. We talked about how difficult it would have been for them, having gone down to 10 men in that game when Jarell Quansah was sent off and correctly sent off.
Yeah, he got sent off for serious foul play, didn't he? I think he was unlucky because he actually got the ball, but it was the follow through as well. So it was a little bit unlucky. Wayne's exactly right. It could have been something that cost him, but in the end, it didn't.
I just think now the FIFA have set a precedent in terms of the Balogun situation, and he gets a suspended, 1 year suspended sentence, if you like, on his red card. So now, what's the reason that Quansah shouldn't get that?
Well, the argument would be that Balogun's was a debatable red card, and it wasn't rescinded. You're right.
They haven't taken the red cards away, so they're saying he's guilty of an offence, but it's now that's the question.
It's got points. Winners got point. FIFA, they got themselves in a pickle here. So if England now gets them asked for this red card to be rescinded, obviously we know who runs the FIFA. You know, the people that runs FIFA, the people that made the call, right? They made the call for American government. So they're probably going to be a bit bigger than FIFA or bigger than Cristiano. So I don't think they'll be able to overturn that red card at all because it was an actual red card. It was an actual red card. But Anthony Gordon was immense tonight. It was brilliant.
Beats into the ball, massive moment, especially if they just had that sucker punch of getting the red card. And look at this guy, massive moment. You do not say that. He's gone ridiculously early, flown at it. Brilliant penalty. What a leader. What a hero.
What a guy. 6 goals now?
Yeah.
6 goals, one off the lead in the race for the Golden Boots. 3 players atop of that leaderboard. But Harry Kane will be chasing down Erling Haaland, Lionel
6
Messi,
goals for Kane, 7 goals for Mbappe, Messi, and Haaland.
I think it's Mbappe and Kane. I believe that's the final for England. And yeah, hopefully Harry can take the Golden Boot and lead us to glory. So yeah, it will be fascinating.
So down to 10 men in the game, but England get the penalty and they go 3-1 up. And you think, all right, well they've maybe done enough. As we thought in the first half, England maybe have done enough in order to get through this game. And yet Mexico back in it, and it was a penalty that they took another look at. And we looked at the best side of Harry Kane. He was the player who conceded the penalty. Bit of discussion, and Alan Shearer not at all convinced that this is a penalty. What are your thoughts?
It's soft, isn't it? But
it's not soft. It's actually it's a clear penalty, man.
Probably the right.
It doesn't matter now, but it's
not all contact is a penalty.
So I think Alan's point was he didn't feel that it was a clear and obvious error. And I know clear and obvious isn't in the wording anymore, but he said it wasn't a clear and obvious error enough to overturn it. That was his.
Well, I think on reflection, Harry's only argument was that he felt that he got the ball. Obviously, in the moment, he would have felt like he got the ball, but I think it's very clear that he didn't.
He didn't get the ball at all. He didn't get the ball. It was a penalty.
And there'll be a whole lot more fine with it now. It hasn't actually cost us. We seen one last season at Everton against Arsenal, which was not given, and VAR looked in and he didn't give it. But then he said later on it should be a penalty. He got that wrong, so I think it was a penalty.
Especially benefiting from the Modric one in the Croatia game. I think it was very simple.
Okay, and then so it's 3-2 at this stage, and then Thomas Tuchel makes substitutions that at the time when you were thinking was maybe a bit early to start protecting that lead.
I thought a little bit early to drop in and concede we're not going to have the ball at all. And I think Mexico, as good as we defended, Mexico played into our hands here in terms of just putting balls in the box.
And that tells you what England were doing from 70 minutes onwards.
That's called the avocado defense.
No, but we defended the box brilliantly, but I think Mexico played into our hands in putting balls in the box and allowing us to head out or Pickford to come and punch and take the pressure off his teammates. But I think if Mexico played a little bit more around the box and made it more difficult, that way it made us try and get to the ball, it would have maybe more difficult, and they lost patience, but we defended that.
Is that with the crowd getting on them? They just kind of look like they lost all sense of what's going on, and like you say, played completely into England. If England could have set up a game plan against them once they made those changes, that's exactly what they would have wanted.
Yeah. But the subs made a difference, didn't they?
Yeah.
I thought Byrne was outstanding. John Stones, the composure he showed as well. Even Spence in them one-on-one situations. I probably agree with you in terms of it felt like it was a little bit early, but in the end, it worked.
Yeah.
And you can tell that chemistry with the team, no matter who plays, they're going to do a job for the team.
Sorry, just a quick note on Jed Spence. Obviously, he took a lot of heat from the last game. Was he injured? Was he not injured? That was an incredible effort what he put in for his team.
Yeah, I think it's difficult, isn't it? Because today's game was a little bit different to what we've seen, certainly in the grouping against DR Congo, and what Tuchel wanted him to do in terms of get up and down. And you see him on the sideline shouting him to go. It wasn't that sort of game today. It was come on, keep your composure, and deal with the wide areas, and he did that fantastically.
Big character, well, I'm really pleased with him.
But even at the end here, the last 20 minutes, when what we've said with the team have pointed this out in the England games is when we open up defensively and we're running out of position and we're not covering the space, we look easy to play against. But even this shows with 10 men, when you're compact, even if you're deep, it's so difficult for the opposition to break you down. So I think moving forward with 11 players, we need to get that balance right. But I'm going a little bit negative here, but the performance, we have to keep that and take it into the next few games because we will need that.
You said before game communication. We did the analysis before. We communicated a lot better today, and they needed to. It felt like a big occasion, and they rose to it.
I just think it's interesting just to go back to the substitutions, because what Tuchel was praised for right at the start of the tournament against Croatia was making very positive, very attacking substitutions. Whereas in this one, he did the opposite. He made very defensive substitutions and put pretty much every player behind the ball and said, right, we're 3-2 up, we're down to 10 men. We cannot lose this.
Yeah.
It was a different approach from what we've seen from him.
English mentality. You know, when you all look at each other and say, keep the spaces, stop the crosses, and when it comes in the box, bodies on the line. And fair play to him, because I think that was the right thing to do. It turned out in the end.
It was just that in-game management, wasn't it? It's knowing when to, against Croatia, freshen it up, bring new wingers on, and then today it was about, okay, let's defend our box. And that is ultimately the difference. Southgate would mention, so did such a good job, but it's just these little details, and that could be the difference going forward.
10 goals for Jude Bellingham, now 7 of which have come at major tournaments, including 2 against Mexico. Here he is.
Well, Jude, huge congratulations. What an effort from every single player on the team. What are your thoughts on what you and your teammates have just done out there?
Hard to gather it all together. 10 men, defending like how we defended our box, cleaning up like we were in their box. Big pressure moments that, maybe in years gone by, especially me watching as a fan, as a little kid, probably England would have crumbled, and this team stuck together to the last second. The players who came on, the players who started running themselves into the ground, putting the body between everything. That's what this team's about.
What was it like being in that atmosphere, and also then when you were seeing some of those refereeing decisions, the adversity that England were having to come up against?
Yeah, the atmosphere was by far the best I've played against in international football. I think this country, as a footballing country, is just magnificent. The reception they had coming off the plane, although it was hostile, it was just a beautiful thing to see in terms of how passionate one country can be about their team. And in terms of the refereeing decisions, it is what it is. In the World Cup, they're human as well. As easy as it is to say now, they're the human. We made a lot more than they did. So yeah, no worries, we got through.
Your 2 goals were inside 98 seconds, which were undoubtedly important. But was that clearance at the end of the first half as well, arguably just as important?
Yeah, it could have been. Obviously, at 2-1, the game was still there, especially when they scored. It felt like the stadium almost collapsed. So it was probably an important clearance, just as important as the goals. But this win is far bigger than me. It's the players who came on, like I said. It's the supporters who've come to Mexico and probably had a difficult journey, paid hard-earned money. This is a team, a whole country's performance.
What can this confidence and belief do for England going into what looks like an exciting quarter-final against Norway?
It's still one game at a time. At the end of the day, it's still just around the 60th win. The quarter-final now coming up against Norway, they pose a completely different threat. Some that we know really well, obviously some world-class players in there, so we'll have to be ready. But my God, if you can't enjoy a night like this just for one night, then I don't know what it's worth.
Just one quick word on your friend Jordan Henderson. We saw him in what looked like quite a lot of distress at the end. How is it?
He's in a bit of bother, but our medical team have got everything under control. Probably not best to give too much detail when I don't really know too much going on. But yeah, everyone was there to support him. Even that was a beautiful thing to see.
Thanks, Jude. Please, you've got a voice, Harry.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, we wish Jordan Henderson well in terms of his recovery. And as Jude Bellingham said, he's got the medical team with him and they've got everything in hand. Jude Bellingham certainly had everything in hand as far as the game is concerned. I think what was interesting to see in terms of his performance was, we can look at the defensive side maybe when we look at Mexico's goal, but if he gets these 2 really important goals, Wayne.
This is so good, the movement and the ability to see it as it's gone out wide and delay his run into the penalty box.
Look at that attention to details on his face, man.
And getting the end there was brilliant. And again here, obviously we win the ball back high up the pitch. And then, as Joe said at half time, you expect Harry Kane to shoot, and then just that desire to get in the box and on the end of things. And he's been fantastic this World Cup. He's been a leader. He's, you know, everything you want in a player from that position, helping out defensively. But you know, there was debate whether he should start and should play in this World Cup. I think he's answered all them questions.
Just absolute superstar, isn't he? I mean, he always turns up, always gives 100%. Yeah, he's got that confidence that some might say is arrogance, but to be that type of player, you need that. That is the difference. And when he puts on an England shirt, he just seems to go up a level even more. I just love watching him. He's amazing.
And while he went, just when you talk about the confidence, while he went out of his way to praise the England fans, to talk about the feeling of togetherness, to talk about the unity within the squad, he did also say that when he was a kid, that this England, or an England team that he watched when he was a kid, would have crumbled. So just quick maths, 2018 when England reached the semi-finals, he'd have been 15. So I think he's talking about 2010 and 2014, and I didn't know if anybody wanted to say anything about that.
Well, we didn't crumble, we didn't turn off. We didn't do enough to crumble. So yeah, no, he's completely right. And you just hope. I think England's got a team, a togetherness, and I think the manager's been very bold with his squad selection. And I think they've got everything in place now to go all the way, I believe. So we hope that they don't crumble.
One of the players that you've all singled out as having had a particularly good game, the whole squad had a good game in this match against Mexico, but one of the players that singled out, Anthony Gordon, we can hear from him now.
Wow, Anthony, what a night for England. Have you had a chance to really process what you've all just done out there?
I think it probably won't kick in until this evening, but just to celebrate like we just did, and with the fans out there, was once in a lifetime. We spoke about this game being a once in a lifetime opportunity, once in a lifetime atmosphere, but it was also going to test us, and it did in the worst way possible, and we come through. I can't say any more about us.
You talked there about coming through it in the worst way possible. We spoke so much in the build-up about the altitude, the atmosphere. What was the reality like?
It was difficult. I think the travel and stuff weren't great. The altitude of the first 20 minutes was difficult. Even in training yesterday, I felt in my chest. So it was a bit worrying, but listen, we're good players. We can play at the top level. That's what we're paid to do, to handle these kind of situations. We've got the fans' expectations. They've travelled all this way. We were never going to let them down. We knew it would be tough, but big players, big moments.
A lot of people are saying that was your best performance of the tournament so far. You won the penalty as well. How did you feel out there and the impact that you had on the game, just like you did in the round of 16?
Good. I knew when we got a man sent off, I knew I'd have to be trustworthy. I knew I'd have to run more than ever. And I was happy to do so. I'm a player that I kind of want to be good at everything. I want to be whatever kind of game I'm in. I can, change my game. I can be good in any way, be effective in any way. Today, didn't touch the ball that much, I don't think, from what I remember, but I ran, I blocked crosses, I defended, I won the pen. I tried to do my best for the team, and hopefully I've done that.
Is this the England that we've all been desperate to see? Thomas Tuchel told us the further we went into the tournament, we'd see it. Are we starting to see it now?
I hope so. That's what you say. We focus on the process, focus on how we play, how we train. The outcome we can never control, like the red card and stuff. We can never control things that happen to us, but we can control how we react. We can control how we train. We can control how together we are, and that's doing to us.
Thanks for your time.
And the other good thing about Anthony Gordon is, should he have needed to, he could have spoken to the Mexican players in Spanish. Because as we heard when he moved to Barcelona, he's pretty much fluent now. And look, in terms of his performance, you've all said how well he played. What was it that impressed you about him?
Just told us everything about his game. He was a real threat with the ball. He'd make runs in behind. He was driving at the ball, causing the Mexican defenders problems. And then his work rate as well. He's a player who does work both ways, and he's a player you need in this type of game, I feel.
I just thought tactically his jump was a lot better, when he's winning the ball back. And when you've got that competition with Rashford, you need a game where you can just say, I've arrived. He's had that moment within the tournament now. And don't forget, going to Barcelona, big pressure, when teams win that low block, and saying he's not got a trick, that was a perfect game for him today.
Winning that penalty as well, just after Kwanzaa got sent off, was a massive moment. He was so sharp, so switched on. He didn't let that red card cloud his judgment. That was a huge moment in the game.
I think there's been pressure on him as well coming into the tournament. The fact that obviously Barcelona have not taken Rashford, you don't know what's going to happen with that situation, but they've signed Anthony Gordon instead of Rashford, and there was pressure because people are saying, well, I think we should have signed Rashford instead of Anthony Gordon. So I think that he had pressure coming into the tournament to hopefully this game tonight can kickstart his World Cup, and he can be someone who can actually lead us to something special.
Is it a straightforward choice for England wingers? Is it about Saka and Gordon and Madueke and Rashford? Is it about picking one on each side over the other, or picking the pair together, or is it about the fact that they are going to, in these circumstances,
it's just a team. They put so much pressure on these guys.
If England's going to go all the way, they all have to feature. They all have to play massive roles over the next 3 games, potentially 3 games.
These guys
I think obviously
make
a
them
lot
play.
made on who starts, but they're all fully aware they're going to be coming on.
Start the all in fire. They start the whole narrative.
Had a great game for England this evening. Having been criticised at times
literally,
for performance against
just let them play as a team.
Tonight it was Jordan Pickford. Let's hear.
Oh, Pickford, my guy tonight.
Jordan,
I think he's my man of the
That's
match.
probably one that we're still going to talk about for years. I'm sure you'll never forget.
No, it was unreal. A lot of emotions, a lot of positives. Showing resilience, showing character. It was just it wasn't pretty at times. In the first half, it was pretty. Then 2 goals from Jude was special. Then they get back in the game, and we get a penalty with Kane scoring it. And then they get back in the game. It just had everything that puts you on the edge of the seat. That's what football's all about. And
absolute brilliance tonight. It was the difference.
It was a special night.
As you said there, Jude and Harry will probably get some of the headlines, but you as well told me recently that you thrive when you get to the knockouts. Did we see that tonight?
Yeah, I think you see the version that I set myself and the standard I set myself tonight, and producing saves in big moments and decision making in moments, coming for crosses. I thought it was the standard that I set myself, and that's where I aim to be all the time, and keep improving that. And when called upon, big moments and big times, that's where I am.
Joe Hart's in our studio, and I know he's been waxing lyrical about just how good you were. Those saves, particularly at the end of the first half, and he's also noticed how you started to come for the ball more, particularly when you went down to 10 men, the responsibility that you almost took on your shoulders.
Yeah, that's what I've got to do. I'm one of the most experienced lads in the group, and when called upon, you've got to roll your sleeves up, and I think I've always done that. I've always had that fight in me, that passion and the pride that I'll always have on the shirt. And it was a great game for me, and that's a standard itself. And it was decent.
And that is the perfect ending, Jordan. Thanks so much, well done.
It was decent. I'm not doing the impression. Just so you know, we're hanging on until we hear from Thomas Tuchel, so we'll get that to you before we go for
7 hours.
Listen, you got an England win in a tricky game against Mexico. Stop whining. There's people who've got to get up and go to work in the morning. So this is a big.
I'm one of them.
Yeah. Tonight. If you do have to get up for work in the morning, then you might want to do the Harry Kane and start phoning your boss and getting the messages ready with the Harry Kane loss of voice. A little bit of a tickle in the throat. And plenty of kids, I think, will be going to school a little bit late in the morning. Jordan Pickford, was it decent?
First of all, Jordan, tell him, Mad. It was decent. It was an incredible performance.
That's
so
it.
So pleased for him.
I need a
Love seeing the
compilation of
energy in his eyes there at the end of that game. He
saves.
loved every single moment of
I
this
need
trip to
that.
Mexico. I mean, he's been sensational. First of all, he's making the saves. He's a top goalkeeper. He's made them all season. We've seen him make save of the season. I think up at Newcastle, he's fully capable of it. But what else he brought to the game? This little knuckle, little fingertips, they make such a difference. Coming out, making those decisions, he was absolutely brilliant. And when England made that decision down to 10 men, we're going to defend with our lives, Jordan Pickford led. I mean, he's had so many caps. He's one of the top men. This is right at the very end. Nothing better than getting that touch, that big punch towards the end of the
Look
game.
at him,
And
man.
he deserves to be on the floor
Look at
celebrating
him.
with his team there, because he's played a starring role yet again in a knockout game for England.
He does seem to have an infectious energy, Jordan Pickford. Michael, why are you smiling? Is that because you identify with it?
Yes, I do. It's positivity. I just love it. I love people who are positive, and yeah, some people might say it's over the top at times, but then I just love to see people doing well and working hard, and that positive energy rubs off on others as well.
And how can you not love John? Because you know full well if he wasn't in England football, if he wasn't up to that quality, he'd be in the boozer till 5 now, watching him and supporting him with 3 lines on his chest. Because he's that kind of guy. But
that's not where I thought that was going.
It's true. He's a brilliant lad. He's a top lad. He doesn't hide who he is. You know, he's a tough lad from Sunderland who loves going in goal and putting it all out on the line. And he's done that for his country.
He'd be there with all of the fans, the passionate fans who were there. He'd be there in the middle of it. Oh, but it just shows how brutal football is, because Jordan Pickford for England over the last 8 years, I think it is, has been incredible. And then he had maybe 1.5 shaky games, and then there's questions about him. Just shows how brutal football is, but he's responded with a fantastic performance.
Yeah, he's been so important for England, and particularly, I mean, look, not keeping clean sheets this evening, but he's been so pulled off saves that have kept England not just in that game, but in this tournament, and progressing to the quarterfinals where they will play Norway. Thoughts on England against Norway? Let's start looking ahead.
That kicks off in 20 minutes.
Norway beat Brazil last week, and they're kind of into the quarterfinals. Look, if you can beat Brazil, and I know Brazil are not a classic Brazil side, and they didn't play particularly well, but if you can beat Brazil, you've got a chance, haven't you?
I think the only team who really worry me are France, because they're so dynamic on transition. I feel as though if England play like
you think
that...
England get to the final and then...
No, because things can happen, red cards or whatever, injuries, we all know that can happen. But I feel there was something in that performance. Croatia, second half, today, not just played well, it was more the spirit and determination. That's what I liked about the performance today. So, yeah, every team, Ireland against Brazil today, scored another 2 goals. And, yeah, it's going to be difficult, but it was more the spirit I was impressed with today.
Micah, what are we waiting for?
Thomas.
Here he is.
Go on, lad.
Well, Thomas, I almost don't know where to start. What a match, but you must be one incredibly proud manager tonight.
Yeah, because if a team has heart and if a team has belief, then it's this team. They did it on pure will. Yeah, no words. I mean, that's iconic match, an iconic stadium, and we overcome so much adversity today. Full credit. Very proud.
Is that almost what impressed you most in that intense atmosphere, that hostility, that blow after blow, England kept coming back?
Yeah, I didn't feel it hostile. I found it more like cheering and emotional, but not really hostile. But of course, like you were close to the bench now when the national anthem was unbelievable, and when they had chances and they scored their goal. We were aware of that, but we just refused to give in. We refused to give in on a level that is absolutely admirable.
What did you make of some of the refereeing decisions?
It's just not good enough. Referees are just not good enough. Force officials are just not good enough. That's the bottom line. VAR today, I think did I see that right? That's 3 people at the VAR from South America in a match like this. I think so. I saw it before the match. I might be right if this is what I saw. If this is correct, it's just VAR overturns. This is a clear and obvious error for the mistake, for the penalty, for sure not. VAR gets involved. He didn't even give the foul. He didn't even overturn a yellow and a red. They overturn a situation where he doesn't even give a foul. No, referee is not good enough. Force officials are not good enough.
Focusing on the positives, I'm sure you want to call out most of the players on the pitch. Harry and Jude will get the headlines. But word on the performance of Anthony Gordon as well.
Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant today. And everyone, I mean, the guys from the bench, just amazing again. But yeah, it's not worth it to mention individual names. Like everyone is exhausted and everyone knows that they won a crazy match of football in a crazy atmosphere. And we were up against all odds, and even during the match, I mean, in the end, it was 11 minutes, and then he gives another 2 corners to make it 12 minutes. So, no, everything went against us, and we just refused to give in.
Is this more of the England that you promised us that we'd see now?
No, because I think we can play much better, and there's a lot we can do better. But like there's still a disconnect from us, from the best version of us that I see, to what we actually put on the pitch in terms of football performance, in terms of ball possession, finding spaces. There's still a disconnect, but there's no disconnect in committing and doing what is needed to overcome anything that is thrown to this team. I think it's a team that everyone can be really proud of.
And just quickly, how's Jordan Henderson?
Oh, not good. I mean, this is the next thing. We have right defender now with a red card, and Jordan just fell over and injured his wrist. It looks really bad.
We wish him all the best. Thanks for your time.
Well, Thomas Tuchel did focus on the positives as far as his team was concerned, and said there's a lot to like about that team, things to work on, as managers will always say. But interesting that he went in hard on the on the referees, particularly on the VAR, who are South American, Colombian, Chilean, Venezuelan, and was unhappy that they were refereeing a game which involved a Central American team in Mexico, particularly when I don't think any of you thought that any of the decisions were particularly wrong.
No, I think he's got that wrong. I don't know why he's gone so hard on that after such an impressive performance. Against all odds, I get it in terms of what's gone on and going against the red card and the penalties, but I don't think they were poor decisions. I think they were decent. They were good decisions in the end.
Strangely flat note to end what was overall a really good night for England.
Yeah, but I think in terms of what he said, he's honest, isn't he? We might not like what he said in terms of the decisions. I agree with Joe. I think the referees got the decisions right. He could argue maybe the penalty. I know Alan in comms was saying he didn't think it was a penalty, but maybe it was. I don't mind that. I don't mind. He's sort of creating us versus the world.
It's a long game. It was an exhausting game.
The best at doing that, what he's doing, he's creating everything against us, and Jose Mourinho used to do it all the time, and that's exactly what he's doing. Because I think that was calculated, because he didn't need to do that.
Correct.
So that's very calculated, and I think he's trying to create it's everyone against us.
Wayne, Joe, Micah, you're done. Go home. Leave us alone. Go home. Dirty stop. That's the lot of you. Mexico, wave goodbye to.
Oh. Well, thank you all for watching. If you're still here, thanks for subscribing. I think I gained about 30 subs tonight in this game alone.